Morning, everybody. How you doing? Welcome back. Welcome. How are you doing? Figured we'd go and get a little bit of sunshine today. We're going to go to Rhodes from Athens, then back to Athens, and then if we've got time, we can choose to either go to somewhere like Dubrovnik or maybe over to Turkey. We'll decide. What I didn't want to do was, like, in my head and to you guys sort of be like, we're doing 3 legs, because I feel like when I promise myself 3 legs, legs 1 and 2, I will force a bad landing because I can't afford the time, because I've got to be gone at like 2:30 or whatever. So new plan going forward is we'll guarantee ourselves 2 legs, and then the 3rd leg will be a bonus. That's kind of how I'm going to look at things going forward, I think, because otherwise, yeah, I end up with the old press-on-itis, as Pete the Irish pilot would say. So, which isn't good. Anyway, cheers everybody. Got the coffee on the go already. Who's in? We've got Ryan, we've got Freak, we've got Flashy, Joanna, Fab, Bisha, Chris, Gareth, Stefan, that's you, isn't it? That's your tag, and Fab again. Already with the excuses for bad landings. No, these are like anti-excuses. I'm trying to like get rid of the bad landings. That's the thing. I do find that, like, if I'm trying to get from here to here to here to here, and I'm like, I want to get 3 legs in, like, I will definitely, on leg 1, being like, I can't have the go around time taken away. And I'll press on, which isn't good. How you doing, Aiden? So, back in the Phoenix today. Trying to split my time a little bit between Phoenix and Boeing, which is nice. It's nice to be able to do it. It's nice that we've got both now. Mustn't forget the 777 either, because we do like a bit of the 777 as well. My rudder pedals are back. They're back in. I've done a firmware update on them, so hopefully we won't have a repeat of Tuesday. I've got a funny feeling that it was spad.next that was maybe interfering on Tuesday. I don't know. I can't be sure. What's the main streaming platform? I mean, YouTube is home for me, but I also stream on TikTok and Twitch. Twitch more recently. So we're a baby on Twitch. And even more of a baby on TikTok, because TikTok's even newer. But there we go. Lovely. Right, let's get in then and get the show on the road. This is the Fly Tampa scenery, I believe, as well, for Athens. First time here. Never ever been here before, so it could all go terrifyingly wrong. I knew this was going to happen. Chase plane. Where's my thing? Similar aircraft. I'm sure I've got one set up. Is it that one? No. Right, let's do the views real quick. Do the views real quick. Okay, pilot view, that's our main one. And we'll set a shortcut for that one. That's fine. And we'll do overhead. We'll set a shortcut. Alt and 0. What else can we do? Main panel. No. Cabin. Don't want cabin. Where's all my other internal views gone? We'll do that one. We'll do that one. Literally no difference between that, is there? Do that one. That one. One. That'll do. Into here. Take that one. And that one. That one. That one. That's good enough for now. That's good enough for now. So, up to the top then. Let's get the plane fired up. Batteries 1 and 2. Why? What's going on here then? Why won't the batteries turn on? Ah, that'll be why. Phoenix has signed me out, guys. What's going on? Two seconds while I sign myself in. Right, I think I'm probably gonna gonna work now? Yeah, now we're cooking. There we go, I'm back. For whatever reason, Phoenix signed me out. I don't know why. Maybe because I signed myself in on the inside PC. But I thought I signed myself out on that PC. I just don't know anymore. The only thing I know is that I don't know. Alright, let's arm the emergency lights. Let's get the show on the road, shall we? After a possibly bumpy start. No smoke into on. Let's get the nav and logo light on. Crew supply, ground control. Align the adheres. Beautiful! Right, let's go. There was a Phoenix update this morning. Oh. I've not done that update. Honestly, I swear it's like a part-time job just doing updates. Do you know what I mean? Thank you, Darkstar. Appreciate it. Windwing finally had stock of the Ursa Minor in the UK, so I ordered one. That'd be a good upgrade for my cheap Logitech. Yeah, well, that's nice. Well done. Right, let's get ourselves loaded. We're due to leave at 10. So I think we'll be alright. We'll be fine. Scenery looks alright though, doesn't it? Doesn't look bad at all. That'll do nicely. There's another air knot down there, that's good. So, update on the FSLTL liveries, because of course we are now a vaccine partner, and we can, cheers Decky, we can now get ourselves on there. I spent pretty much all of yesterday, or the time that I had available yesterday, I should say, verifying that our FSLTL liveries that we've made work, and then we uploaded them to VATSIM, who then passed them on to FSLTL, apparently. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully we don't get like an FSLTL update tomorrow, which means we would have missed the boat. That'd be really annoying, wouldn't it, if that happened? Because they don't do updates very often. Not really. I think the last one was in October. I think I'm right in saying. So yeah, last update in October. Which means we could be on for another one. I mean, who knows, honestly. Who knows? It's impossible to know for sure. But we've done what we need to do. We can submit up to 15 liveries, and we've submitted... what have we done? We've done the 319. Alright, Grumpy. We're just talking about the FSLTL liveries we were looking at yesterday. So Grumpy helped out yesterday massively. And spawned in various different aircraft so I could see whether FSLTL took effect. Because I sort of copied my liveries into the FSLTL folder, added some records to the VMR file to sort of replicate me being added officially, but obviously just on my PC. And they worked after a bit of tinkering around. So, yeah, 319, 320, 321, 20 Neo, 21 Neo. So we're ready for the new Phoenixes, basically, which is good. 737-800, A350, 777, 200, 300, and I think that's it. Like, there are certain planes, like the 340, for example, where there isn't a paint kit for us to use. Because they give you a paint kit, like an FSLTL paint kit. Because, of course, all the FSLTL planes, they are not as detailed as what we're flying right now, because, of course, that would be really bad if they were for performance. So they're kind of much lower polygon count, resolution, you name it. Which means all of our liveries here are no good for it. So we had to redo all of our liveries for all of those planes in the FSLTL way. Which is fine. But that relies on them having paint kits available. So there was no like A340 paint kit. There was no A380 paint kit. There was no... Oh! Someone seems to be levitating over there. Brilliant. So yeah, no doubt I'm going to get someone say, what about that plane when they come out? And I'll be like, well, sorry, we don't have one of those planes. Soz! Best I can do. Right, ATSU menu then. Let's get some work going. Let's do some work. Hard workers here at Airnaut. Honestly. But yeah, massive thanks to Ryan and to Grumpy for yesterday. That was a huge help. Getting us all good to go. Have I tried the new, the Moser AY210 force feedback yoke? No, I have not. I have not. I've heard it's good though. Only thing that gives me pause with it is flying airliners. I really like how this Thrustmaster yoke here is more of a pendular style of movement. Replicates the yoke being anchored to the floor. Cheers, trucker. Which I really like. And obviously the Moser one is more of a push-pull GA style. That's the only thing that makes me think, do you know what I mean? Now, it may well be that if I actually used it, all of those fears would go away quite quickly. Right, we are Airnaut 741 Hotel today. Bit of a mouthful, but that's okay. Flight level 290, get that in. And the wind. Point request. Zan's asking if I got any tips to get more views streaming Flight Sim. I don't know, man. Just keep at it. Really. Permanently on YouTube. Got banned on Twitch. How'd you get banned on Twitch? How do you manage that? Where's Elgav? Athens. So we're going Athens to Rhodes. Back to Athens. That's our little plan for today. Right. Presumably, 3 right is what's being used for takeoff. Have a look at Flight Radar 24. Have a little looky. God, there's so many planes up in the air, isn't there? I know that shouldn't come as a shock, but... Looks like landing is 03 left. Therefore, takeoff will be 03 right. One can assume. Is there a plane that's just left that we might be able to see where they've... No. Let's go 03 right. That seems reasonable given the circumstances. And Simbrief recommended it. We're taking the... What are we taking? The K? Key? How am I saying that? Key 1 Echo? Got to be that, isn't it? Got to be that. Then into Rhodos. No, it's all VORs into Rhodes, isn't it? I don't think I've ever done a VOR before. So that'll be fun. Let's have a look at charts. Okay, so we go to the Rhodos VOR. Out and around. What does the actual chart have to say? So 2,500 at par. So will we get any, like, guidance on the PFD doing a VOR with the 320? I don't think I've ever done a VOR in the 320, you know. VOR Zulu on the Condi 2 Delta. And we go via Rhodes. Grumpy Driver did confess earlier he might get the 747-400 when it comes out. No way, Grumpy. Surely not. Surely not. Surely not. Right, are we loaded yet? We must be nearly loaded. What are we waiting for? Cargo. Always the cargo, isn't it? Come on, you lot, hurry up. Getting a bit worried about Grumpy. Grumpy in a Boeing. Wellington to New Zealand flight request. Yeah, that is actually one of our routes on the VA. So we will do it soon enough. So are PMDG going to do a freighter with the 747-400? Like a passenger to freight conversion? Because I've got to be honest, I've never liked the look of the regular freighter. I feel like the hump's too small. Yeah, that would be a cool plane. Defo. They did one with the 7.3, yeah. Although the 777 really was more of like its own product, wasn't it? For VOR, if you have FLS enabled, you'll get a glide slope. If no FLS, you just use track FPA and dial in the angle and activate it at the correct DME. There you go. So 10. By the look of it. 10 DME, 2.86 degrees. Let's be real. We'll probably just do a visual, can't we? If all else fails. It'll get us in the right place. Let's have a quick look actually at the flight plan. So out of Athens, make a right. We've got altitudes above. Yeah, that's alright, isn't it? Oh. Why hasn't it given me the ding yet? Come on, ding at me. What I'm going to do then is get the fuel pumps on while we wait. 1, 2, 3. Get the seatbelts on. Thank you, Yusuf. I'd just get the freighter version. I prefer flying aircraft with liveries of airlines that still operate. How many 747-400s have been scrapped? Yeah, that's true. That is true. I'm really glad I got to go on one when I had the chance, because it wasn't long after that they were gone. It really wasn't long. Ah, there it is. Aircraft loaded. Brilliant. Send to the MCDU. Please and thank you. Departing 03 right, dry. Sync the load sheet. Sync the weather. QNH is 1025. Let's set that real quick. And we'll calculate. 156. Flaps 1, down 0.4, flex temp 66. Send to MCDU. There we go. Lovely. Morning, Mike. Will I be hopping in the ND11? I don't know, to be honest. It's not really been a plane I've ever had a huge amount of affinity towards. And that's not because I don't like it or anything like that. Or like what the developers have done. It's just I've never really been like, I really want to fly an MD-11 in the sim. And let's be real, I struggle to rotate in and out of the planes I already have. I mean, I'm live 2 days a week at the moment. An A320 family plane, A737 stream, and we're done. Really, isn't it? Then we've got the A350, then we've got the AS777s, and I don't know. I don't know. Feel like I've got quite enough planes. But then there's also variety, I suppose. Okay, APU is on. Let's get the beacon on. Hey, John.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
What I will be getting is the towless. That's the thing. I think I'd rather save my pennies for the towless. Towless A340. That feels more like my cup of tea, to be honest. Apparently the textures are underwhelming in the MD-11, are they? Okay. The X-Plane, no, they're bringing it to Flight Sim. Towless are doing the systems, Aerosoft are doing the 3D model, so on paper that could be a match made in heaven. Yeah, and again, like Grumpy said, let's not forget the Neos. I mean, it's getting to the point where you could probably just fly, once the Neos are out, you could just fly them if you had all of it, and you'd be pretty much there in terms of variety, because they do fly differently. They do fly differently. Different considerations for different types of aircraft, the wing fences, or the sharks, or the engines, or the 19, the 21, the 20, then the Neo consideration. Yeah, there's... You could probably quite happily just live within the Phoenix family. I don't know. I guess there's the whole, like, do it for the content angle. I don't know. I'm never sure that's a good idea, to do it purely for the content. If you're truly into it, do it for the content, but if you're doing it for the sake of views, I don't know. Right, sorry, I was just looking at the chart. Okay, 240. I would say Phoenix's biggest thing, aside from their system depth, is... Well, A, the system depth blows any out of the water. The biggest thing is how they hand fly. And that is... The biggest thing for me is, like, how does it hand fly? Does it feel good to hand fly? Because if it doesn't, what are we even doing? No emergencies planned, Joseph, but you never know with me, do you? So... Okay. It is 9:59. We are due to push at 10 o'clock. Airnaut is beautifully on time, as always. It feels like the plugin for the Navigraph thing is working now with VATSIM a lot better. Right, let's get ourselves on Unicom and say hello.
Traffic is Yankee Yankee Delta, stand Alpha 07, pushing back face south.
Now then, where is... What's that blue one? Is that Air Italia? Is that how you say it? I could push, but I would also potentially block. And if they're about to taxi, I might stay put. Because someone I believe is about to push on Alpha 7. Yeah, Gian's off. And if they don't block this bit here, Air Italia can, yeah, scoot down here. So I'm going to wait. That's my plan. Beautiful. Oh, they're taking the first one. Athens traffic, Airnaut 741 Hotel. Stand Alpha 01, pushing back and facing south. His left.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at wheel.
Okay, AP bleed on. Start the show. Philip, how you doing, mate?
Athens traffic, Airnaut 56 Tango, push and start, stand Bravo 13, onto Echo, facing south.
Decky, sometimes Gamer Clark is in chat, who is a VATSIM controller and also a font of knowledge. Don't know if he's in today, though.
Ladies and gentlemen, A320. Please pay attention to illuminated signs.
Maintenance day, nice.
Including the following safety procedures.
Philip, we submitted our liveries to FSLTL. I'm really excited.
About exit routes, oxygen masks.
Athens traffic, Airnaut 1903, lining up runway 03 right via Delta 2, Athens traffic.
And I'm hearing rumours, Philip, that Grumpy might get the 747 when it comes out.
Cabin crew are now pointing out the exits nearest to you.
Just a rumour. Just a rumour. Might. You should do it, Grumpy.
Set parking brakes.
Get the 777 freighter way there.
Athens traffic, Airnaut 1903, taking off runway 03 right, Athens traffic.
Did I get to the bottom of my rudder pedal issues? Yeah, so I tried them again yesterday and they were fine.
Unlocking gear.
I've done firmware updates, I've updated the Moser cockpit software. There's a little part of me that thinks maybe that spad.next was getting in the way and being a bit weird.
Tow track disconnected.
So I don't know.
Bypass pin removed. Left is
Try 'em
clear,
today.
Right is clear.
That's all we can do, isn't it? Okay, APU off. Blue flaps ready for takeoff. Start the first officer's side. So we've got block time. Do 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 do. Spoilers. I think I need to recalibrate my flap axis. That is not where it should be, but that's okay. So, looking at the charts then, given that I'm a newbie here, I would take Echo, then Delta? Or would it be Echo and Charlie and then cut across? Where did you go? We went all the way down on Charlie. Echo and Charlie to holding point Delta 1. Athens traffic air naught 741 hotel, taxiing to runway 03 right via Echo Charlie for holding point Delta 1. Athens traffic. That'll do. Hey band. Come on in. Have an Uzo. Oh no, I'm not doing that. That was oh, I had an Uzo in Rhodes, in fact. Awful. Absolutely awful. I've no clue how anyone can drink that. That was like medicine. It reminded me a bit of limoncello. Right, rudder pedals are behaving. Look at that movement. Beautiful. Yeah, my wife and I got a bottle of limoncello when we were in Sorrento because, you know, everything's lemons over there. You just literally walk down the street and pick out a lemon from a tree. Like, they're everywhere. And, of course, limoncello was the drink. And, my word. Grumpy's taking Delta. Absolutely awful. To the point where we just, you know, we went to the shop and bought a bottle to keep it in the hotel room because that's what you do when you're on holiday, apparently. And yeah, we just put it in the bathroom in the medicine cabinet. Utterly awful. But Sorrento was lovely. The limoncello was not lovely. Do not recommend. 1 out of 10. Yeah, Sorrento was cool. How you doing, Anna? Have I got mods? Yeah, we got mods like the plane, the airport. VATSIM to a point is a mod, I suppose, isn't it? Uh, 5-6 Tango, did you want to line up first on 03 right? Oh, bloody hell. My thing's changed again. Air 56 Tango, Air 741 Hotel.
Can hear to you.
Roger, thank you. Cheers, Ryan. There is something changing my frequencies, and I don't know what it is. It's definitely something. It's probably when I change views. I'm just going to hold short of Delta 1, make sure everything's where it should be. Right, is there anything coming? Doesn't look like it, does there? Right, in that case, let's get the old lights on. Let's do transponder into Tara. We'll do predictive wind shear on. We'll start the clock. Athens traffic, Air 741 Hotel, lining up, taking off 03 right on the Kia 1 Echo departure, Athens. Right, I think I've just figured out what it is. Grumpy, could you hear that transmission, by the way? Got it. I've got it. I figured out what it is. Let's get Unicom tuned again. Frequency changes down to...
Jet 297 taxiing Echo, Charlie, holding short, Delta 1 for runway 039.
Athens traffic, Air 741 Hotel, taking off 03 right on a Kia 1 Echo departure, Athens. Just in case I didn't hear the last one. Right, let's go.
Athens traffic, Air 56 Tango, lining up behind departing company traffic 03 right.
It's better. Toga. I think I need to calibrate my throttles. Nice runway textures here. B1, rotate. Positive climb. Gear up. Thank you, Greg. Right, it wants to leave us into climb, so let's see what happens. Okay, Manflex is... Okay, that's climb. Why is it saying it wants... It's in climb. You are literally in climb. Right, now you're in climb. Bizarre. Tell you what, let's put in a nice bit of null zone. That'll help. Flaps up. Athens traffic, Airnaut 741 Hotel, airborne out of 03 right, passing 4,300 Athens traffic. And get back to flying this plane now the throttles are fixed. What model yoke? I'm not using the yoke today. I'm using a side stick from FS Projects on top of a Moser AB9. Is that the Wing autopilot? It's the Wing Flex FCU Cube. Ben, just so you know. We are rocketing out of Athens, aren't we?
Ladies and traffic on 6063 via Charlie 8 Delta for the Hobby Point runway 09.
Please tell me live weather's on. Yes, it is. Down to pressure. Look at that. Gorgeous. So it is. Thank you. Right, there's 10,000. Which means... It's off. Did I start New Sky? Yes, I did. I suddenly had a horrible thought that we hadn't. Hello from Greece. Hello to you. Nice to be flying in a bit of sunshine today. Normally it's wind and rain here lately. Come and get a little bit of sunshine. All right. AP on. We can now disarm the ground spoilers. We can now let them out. We are good. Mr. Mint, how are you? Let's have a look at these control binds, shall we? Okay, I've got my Phoenix thing on, that's fine. Definitely something going on, isn't there? With my comms radio.
There is a traffic on Vic 063 using Delta 5 for takeoff, 03 right. On Vic 063.
Decrease flaps, flaps, flaps. I'm not worried about flaps. I'm not worried about spoilers. So these are all the assigned controls that I've got. Elevator pitch. Altitude bug. Autopilot. I'm not worried about that. If I do search by input, Alt and 4. About Alt and 5. Weird. Instruments and systems. It binds 1 to 9. That nav 1. Would that be it? It'd be really nice if I could see all of the control things here. It's got to be on the radio, right? DME. Let's just open them all up, just to be double sure. VOR. OBI. Exponder. Morning, Hayden. Wow. How do I get out of radio? Stuck. I'm gonna put my fans on. I'm boiling in here now. Come on, smart plug, turn on. There you go. Was key binding on chase plane yesterday using Alt and F1, Alt and F2? Have I tried 3 monitors? No, I haven't got 3 monitors. Which is probably just as well. Because then that's just like a whole other thing, isn't it? Yeah, that's the next step, I think, Grumpy. I'm not sure how I do that, mind. Is there an easy way to do that? I feel like this UI is just so crap. Like general controls, airplane controls, specific A320 controls. I just don't understand. Don't understand. It's so weird to me, that. What if we duplicate this? We'll call it empty. And we'll apply to all aircraft, yeah? Better do this one as well, yeah? Apply to all airplanes. Clear. Will that do what I want it to do? Bindings and sensitivity settings for the input profile empty on the keyboard device will be cleared. Yes. This one as well, presumably. Right, now I can go back in and I can bind my camera views, because that's all I really want. That's all I ever use is camera views. Custom camera view. Oh no, wait, I don't need to now I've got chase plane, do I? Yeah, chase plane will do it. Right, we'll see what happens now. That should be alright, I think. Right. Who's up ahead? Okay, Chris has come out of his hold. That's good. Flights in 24, I9, 9900K, whatever settings I use, I'm limited by main thread. Yeah, so am I. Most of the time. I probably am now. Let's have a look. There you go. Limited by main thread, 47 FPS. With a 9800X 3D, so I wouldn't feel too bad about it. One of those things, unfortunately. Some days are better than others. Some conditions are better than others. Certain airports are better than others. Ultimately, if you get in 30 FPS, I would just be happy with that. That would be my advice to you. Anything beyond 30 is bonus territory. But shoot for 30. I think some people think they need to get like 140. Like they think they're playing Counter-Strike. It's like, you are not playing Counter-Strike. You're playing a flight sim. Like even on Asobo's system recommendations back before it came out, the recommended target, yeah, they would give like a recommended system and they would tell you what they were targeting, and it'd be like, yeah, 4K 30 or 1440p 30 or 1080 30. Stuff doesn't move very fast in the sim, as you can see. Like, look at those clouds moving past. Don't really need a lot. 30's fine, 60 is an absolute luxury. What do I do if I have stutters with frame gen? Turn it off. You shouldn't be using frame gen on a 2070, to be honest. Don't settle for under 400 on CS. Yeah, I mean, that's CS though, isn't it? Like, there is a legitimate argument there that the higher your FPS, the more of a competitive advantage you're going to have. And I get it. I understand it. I went from playing Counter-Strike on a 60Hz monitor during COVID to a 165, and it was like night and day. Night and day. Now, I'm not the best at Counter-Strike. I haven't played it in a long time. I used to think I was fairly alright, but honestly, compared to people that were actually good, I was probably terrible. But even I could tell the difference. Like, if I was to do a deathmatch, I did a little test. Before my 165Hz monitor arrived, I did 10 deathmatches on my 60Hz monitor. I recorded all the scores. I did 10 deathmatches on my 165Hz monitor, and yeah, my scores went up. Because I was able to hit those shots that I was otherwise missing due to lack of frames. Suffer with performance without frame gen. No, you suffer with performance with or without frame gen. That's what people misunderstand. Like, frame gen is not meaning that your joystick is getting sampled twice as much as it otherwise would be. If you got, say, 15 FPS without frame gen, and then you get 30 with frame gen, your joystick is only being sampled 15 times a second still. Because all frame gen is doing is looking at frame number 1, frame number 2, putting in another frame in between. Or now with the newer ones, up to like 5 frames in between. But they're totally fake, they're totally bogus. They're not from the game engine at all, so they hold no pertinent information that your eyeballs can make use of. Not really. It just looks smoother and more pleasing. That's all it is. Your joystick isn't being sampled any more times because of frame gen. That's all being sampled at the pre-frame gen frame rate. So your landings aren't going to be any better. It's all an illusion, despite what Nvidia would have you believe. How much is my stick? I ordered it from FS Projects, and I think it was about 230 euros by the time I'd done the shipping and all that stuff. But that is just the stick. You need a joystick base to put it on. Have I seen Island Sim Pilot's new video on DLSS and explanation on how ghosting works? I have not. I will be sure to, though. I like Island Sim Pilot. He's a nice guy. I think he means the tablet, Joanna. With DLSS quality at this zoom level, I get blurry displays. Yes. However, DLSS 4.5 with preset M, which is now available in the Nvidia app, goes a long way to solve that. It's not perfect, but it's better than it was. However, if you're on a... Do you say you're on a 2070? Because there's reason to believe that, yes, okay, you can use DLSS 4.5 on older 20 series cards. However, you might actually experience a regression in performance because of the overhead that DLSS puts on your card. You might be better off just running TAA. I remember you were on a 7900 XTX, but now I see you're back on the 4080. How so? What happened? I'm just on the 4080 just to see, really. So I've got so I'm in a garden shed at the minute. And I've got a PC obviously out here to do the simming, and I've got a PC in the house where I do all my editing. So it's like I've got 2 PCs. So I just switch them over. What monitor do I have? It's a TV. LG 43-inch. Just I was going to say cheap and nasty. Cheap and cheerful. 4K, 60Hz telly. The kind of thing, if you were to go into a big box store, it'd be like £250 probably. £300. Hey Terry. Christopher, how you doing? Well, I think if you upgrade to a 5070 12 gig, it would work perfect. Probably not, no. You'll still be main thread limited. If you're already main thread limited now, you'll be still main thread limited even with a new GPU. I suppose you could argue frame gen might, but don't. Just don't. Frame gen. Oh. Frame gen is not what a lot of people think it is. It saddens me. Right, we are not far till top of descent, actually. We are not far. Oh, that reminds me, yeah, Joanna. Joanna's made a new tour, a USA tour, 50-state USA tour on New Sky. So if you want to go and experience the US of A, do so with Joanna's wonderful new USA tour. Go check it out. And thank you, Joanna, for making the tour. We appreciate you. Right, how heavy are we going to be on landing? 4.2, 64.7. That is going to be a bit high, isn't it? I don't know. We'll be alright. CPU limited as a Flight Sim 24 issue. Yeah, I mean the game, because it's a simulation. Simulation games are generally limited by the CPU. By the single core performance of your CPU, more often than not. Because imagine if you were rendering a video and you were doing it with your CPU and you had a, I don't know, 16 core CPU. For every frame of video, you could divide your screen into 16 little squares and each core could take a square. Because one square doesn't need to be finished in time for another one to start. They can all run in parallel. Whereas with a simulation, you know, imagine the sim, the wind blows, the wind hits the plane reacts to the wind. That is like sequential. One thing happens, it impacts the next thing, that impacts the next thing, that impacts the next thing. So multiple cores don't really help as much as you might think. An i9 was a high-level CPU back when it came out. But it's definitely showing its age. That's for sure. Now, roads is called Diagoros, is it not? Yeah, Diagoros traffic. That's what we'll say. Second X3D chip. Yeah, the X3D chips, Flight Sim really seems to like those. Just having all that cache available definitely speeds things up, doesn't it? For sure.
Roads traffic Air 056 Tango. Top of descent, descending to 2,500 feet for a approach into 24.
And Diagoros traffic, Air 741 Hotel, flight level 290, also descending now to 2,500 for a 2-4 arrival, Diagoros traffic. No, I probably wouldn't recommend that setup, not for any A350 in Dubai. Hey, Fraz. What resolution are you playing at? Have I done Samos yet? No, I haven't. I haven't done that yet. That's a new one to me, Terry. That is a new one to me. Yeah, we're flying back to Athens, John. Doing Athens Rhodes, Rhodes Athens, then potentially somewhere else once we get to Athens if we make good time, which I think we will, but I don't want to pressure myself to do the third leg and then force a bad landing that otherwise should have been a go around. That's the dual CCD ones. Okay, that makes sense. I could understand that perhaps, yeah. Hopefully, with like Zen 6 or Zen 7, they'll up the core count per CCD. So you could get like a single CCD chip then and have like a 12 core 10800 X3D or whatever. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? I've just answered that question, bruh, the first time you put it. The answer was no, I would not. Lower your terrain level of detail. It's probably the best advice. Keep that speed brake out for a minute so we can get that speed down, get it under control. Right. Sort of bad timing, but I just need to pop into the house real quick. I'll be 2 minutes. Alrighty, I'm back. How we diddling? So Chris is only 10 miles ahead, but we just can't see him. Which I think is really weird. I think the sim should be rendering stuff a bit further out. It would be really... Oh, can I see him now? No. Never mind. That speed is creeping up again, isn't it?
There goes traffic here now, 1903 descending through flight level 100 on Cody to Delta arrival, runway 24, there goes traffic.
Okay, so we're going for a low auto brake. Let's get our approach information in. 1023. Temperature is 16. Lovely. I wonder if I'll be able to see the hotel that I stayed at. 260 and 8. Minimums is 1,100 feet. Damn. Yeah, so there's the airport, and I stayed... Not that we had to see from here because it's too blurry. I think it's somewhere around there. Let's get lights on. Bit bumpy. Oof. There she is. Rhodos. The old town is over here, isn't it? I think on the far side of the island. Remember, we were queuing up to get a bus, and a taxi pulled up. And he's like, the bus will cost you like, I don't know, €3 each. So 12 euros. No, it's more than that. Whatever it was, the taxi was cheaper. Which I thought was quite interesting. .4070 Super refuses DX11 now. Is it really? I mean, the 350's come a long way, but it's not what I would necessarily choose to spend my day in. Let's put it that way. Phoenix is king, is what I've come to realise. You can't knock it. That's some kind of military airport there, I presume. We must have been staying on that covey bit, you know. That's military. Cool. So if I turn on the LS, will I get any sort of thingies? Where's Chris going? So for a VOR then, only if FLS enabled. How do I do that then? I've got some bricks. Got a VDev and an LDev. In the EFB? Like a setting or something, is it? So, is that like a thing that some airlines have and some airlines don't? Is that why it's... Is that why it's there? Turn it on then, shall we? So now if I do LS, there we go. So is that like a software? Is that like a package that the airlines can pay for then, like an upgrade, when you buy the plane? Here, flaps 1. Vehicle traffic, Air 741 Hotel, about to turn final for a 2-4 arrival. Vehicle traffic, 12 miles to run. You know what? I'm going to take control of the speed at this point, I think. Thank you very much.
Diagolus traffic, Air 1903 established, runway 24, Diagolus traffic.
Do I have a second monitor for charts? Yeah. Got one off to my left here. Get that speed brake away. Shouldn't need it.
Athens traffic at 056 Tango, extending my track for separation to company traffic ahead.
So, could I press the approach button now? Will that do anything?
Diagolus traffic, Air 1903, 5 miles final, Diagolus traffic.
Yeah, got traffic Air Knots 741 Hotel on a 10-mile final for runway 24, speed 180 knots. Going to slow down to 160 till 5.
Diagnosed traffic here, not 1903 on short final, runway 24, diagnosed traffic.
You know what? It's final approach, speed it. Where's my hotel then? It's got to be round here somewhere. I'm sure it is along that little cove bit. It had a dome. If you can see a dome, that's probably what it is. Okay, landing gear down, 3 greens, auto brake low, flaps are full, speed brake is armed, lights are now on. Time to land. There goes traffic, Air Knots 741 Hotel, 6 miles, 24.
Diagnosed traffic, Air Knot 1903, runway vacated, diagnosed traffic.
Beautiful. Well done. Right, come on then, Rhodes. Let's see what you got for us.
Above. Minimum.
Continue. Is it me, or does it feel like we need to get over to the left despite what instruments are telling us? I don't know. Starting to doubt myself now. Yeah, see, that to me feels quite lined up, but it wants us to go further to the right. Flight sim strikes again, eh? PLS is telling us we're too high, but Pappies seem happy-ish.
Athens traffic, Air Knot 56 Tango, turning final for runway 24.
Bit of wind there.
Retard.
Dude, we're down. $70 knots versus away. pop off here, shall we? Lovely. Welcome to Rhodes. Diagos traffic, Air 741 hotel vacated 24. That wasn't too bad, that. That was alright. Now, I think this is stock scenery, so don't be expecting the world here, okay? Hey, let's clean up the aircraft. That's not bad. 50 minutes door to door. It was okay. That landing's quite happy with that. Maybe a little bit off center, but it's good enough. Yeah, I feel like I had to use my eyes there, mostly, which is fine. So we should, you know? So we should. How do I pronounce that? Thank you for subbing me.
Correction, roads traffic in 056 Tango, short final 24 with 5 miles.
Right, I'm going to go for stand 4, I believe. Yeah, this is very default, isn't it? But as long as we can find ourselves to a stand, that'll do me. No obvious turn-in points, is there? That's the problem. Could maybe do with something. I'm basically parking by trying to align myself with the Navigraph map. Which isn't really ideal, is it? I feel just like a little flightsim.to thing would sort this one out, though. Just some markings, you know? Nothing too crazy. There. That'll do. Okay, APU's fired. That's good. Let's now then turn off the engines. Beacon light off. See what it made of the landing. I think it's going to ding us a little bit for an off-center landing. We were just a little bit off-center, I think. Off-center landing, yeah. 4.4 meters from center line, perfect score under 4. I think that's okay, though. That was alright. The rest of it seemed quite nice. I'll take it. Right. Next, then, we need to get our external power on. So we can lose the APU. Let's turn off the fuel pumps. And let's tidy up here a little minute.
Passengers bus is coming.
Welcome to Rhodes. Brake fan on. Yeah, I took the further down exit. Can maybe get some scenery for this place. Is there anything available? Flightsim.to. Scenery. Want to give me a search bar? Come on, man. Fine, we'll do it by countries. Is it alphabetical? Of course it isn't. Greece, I guess? Oh my god, go away. I know you've got to make money, but... please. VOR... Oh, Matt, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate it. What a hero. Here we go. Roads. Let's have a look. I mean, these pictures aren't really selling it, are they? Okay. Maybe I'll just type in LGRP up here. That's for 2020. That probably will work, right? People seem to like this one though, giving it good reviews. There we go. Next time, eh? Off school for 3 weeks with a broken leg. Oh no! Luckily no pain. I'll be in more streams now. Oh man, that sucks. Sorry about your leg. Good you're not in pain though. That'd be awful, wouldn't it? Is there anyone else coming in? Are we waiting for anyone else? Somebody with no flight plan coming in. Looks like they might have come from Athens. Cheers everyone, have a nice holiday. Avoid the food in Rhodos Palace, won't you? Most do, yeah, that's right. Are we going to Larnaca? No, we're going back to Athens. Back to Athens. And we're going to have a nice little day. Aren't we? So, let's book a flight with New Sky. We should be able to do this as a... Oops. LGRP back to Algarve. And we'll use the bus that we're currently in. And we'll aim to be gone by 11:35. Let's make ourselves a little sim brief plan. First time here, cheers from Brazil. Cheers to you. But you're either up very late or very early, aren't you, if you're in Brazil? Okay, let's view the flight plan then. 1 hotel 74, so it's kind of inverted our flight plan, isn't it? Our flight number. Hen's run out. Need to get an air not pen, that's what I need. Air not 1 Hotel 74. Cost index 59. Initial altitude 28,000. We are doing 2-4 out of roads, which is no surprise. Codic 2 Alpha departure. Then we're going to do the Varix 1 Quebec. It wants us on 03 right. I disagree with that. We're going to do 03 left, I think. Let's change that. Cause, I'm guessing they're still doing 03. Yeah. 03 rights are for departures. And you've just landed on 03 left. So I disagree with SimBrief in that sense. So we'll get ourselves a new SID as well. We'll put in an extra 20 minutes of fuel, 5%. That just gives us enough. Eight in the morning in Brazil. I thought you'd be further behind. It was only 11:15 here. I thought it'd be like 6 or something. Oh, there you go. You learn something every day. That's do I still need to do this anymore? I still do. Mostly out of habit. And a little bit of fear that if I don't. Okay, let's import the next flight then. So this should switch LGRP to LGAV. Beautiful. Let's now wait for the last bunch of so-and-sos to get off. We can think about loading ourselves up again.
Passengers bus.
A330. And here we go again. Cool. Right. MCDU, ATSU, AOC, flight init. ILS Zulu into Athens via Kia. Varix 1 Quebec via Kia. You can do that. Probably. Lovely jubbly init request then. Flight number, air not, what am I? 1 Hotel 74. Cost index 59, flight level 280 for cruise. We'll take the wind request. Insert that. Out of roads then we said we're taking 2-4 obviously because we just landed on it. Codic 2 Alpha, then into Athens we're going to do 03 left Zulu on the Varix. God, there's a lot of them, isn't there, into Athens. Look at them all. Varix. 1 Quebec. Just scroll past that. There you are. And we'll go via Kia. Go back and we'll insert that. Lovely jubbly. Right, all we need to do now is wait for everyone to load, which I will take as a very good opportunity to enable chase plane. Give you some nice views while I go make a coffee. See you in a minute. Dan, I'm good. Just about to make a coffee. Sorry to run away from you instantly. It's not personal, I promise. Back in a moment. Just going to get a coffee. Welcome back. I say to myself. What I meant to say is, I'm back. How you doing, Solo? Right, we ready for a good landing into Athens then, yeah? I don't want no messing around. Wind wing throttles just delivered. Ooh. Lovely jubbly. Oh, felt cold going outside. Ugh. Got the proper shivers now. Are we boarded yet? Near enough, aren't we? Oh, I can't wait for us to be in FSLTL. It's going to be so cool. It's going to be so, so cool. It'll feel like the culmination of a lot of work. Thank you, Classic. Welcome on in. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how long it's going to take to get us in there. I think the last update was in October. I think. Who knows? Could be 6 months from now, couldn't it, really? Who knows? What got me into aviation? I was just as a kid, I always thought it was cool. Like, I remember my dad used to be a truck driver, still is, but used to truck drive in London. So he'd deliver a lot of furniture to schools, which basically, you know, all right in the guts of London. And of course, what comes with London is Heathrow and Gatwick. So I would go with him in the school holidays. And just as soon as we got near, basically as soon as you got kind of like past Reading, you'd start seeing all the planes. I'd be like, oh my God, that's so cool. And this is back in the days when, of course, Concorde would come in and out once or twice a day. What a time. What a time. Wing throttled arrived yesterday and today. Oh, and today I was invited to pay for ECAM. Awesome. Yeah, Solo. I am indeed. PC. What am I doing? Yeah, we should maybe look at this scenery for next time, shouldn't we? What we'll do, I'll do it later on tonight, we'll make a new thing on the Discord for basically all of our airports that we have on the roster for the scheduled flights. Maybe we'll have some scenery recommendations for each one. Are we there yet? Almost. Do I like New Sky more than a pilot's life? So it's my understanding that a pilot's life is more of a career mode for single player. Would that be fair to say? Whereas New Sky is much more of a platform to run a virtual airline that others can partake in. Oh, ding. I heard you. Aircraft loaded. Happy days. Could be wrong. I've never used a pilot's life, to be completely honest with you. So, wouldn't be the first time I'm wrong about something. And let me assure you, I'm wrong a lot. Alright. Flaps 1, down 0.5, that's fine. 154, 154, 154. It's weird. Okay, flex temp 67. So init page B is populated and looking reasonable. What I'm going to do real quick is recalibrate my throttles, because I'm not particularly... Clear calibration. Calibrate. Max reverse. Idle. Then idle. Then climb. Flex. Lugar. Store the calibration. It's going to add a little bit more of a null zone, I think. It's back. Not entirely sure what's going on in my throttles. My flaps. Maybe I can have a look in here. What am I doing? Flaps are on axis mode. Oh, I want it on button mode, don't I? Do I? No, I don't want that either. Mixed mode? Oh. So in button mapping mode, 38, 37, 36. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay, that's weird then. I've got two Phoenixes here and I don't know which one I should be using.
Diagorist traffic here, not 1903, pushing back and 3 facing east, Diagorist traffic.
Okay, we might have to live with the flap situation. Until such time I can figure it out. Performance data's in. Let's get the fuel pumps on them. Get that APU fired. 1, 2, and 3. Seatbelt lights on. Oh, that is a bloody good coffee. We'll go back to Athens, yeah. Let me date the thingy. How are you, 707? You good? Aggressive taxi. QNH is still 1023. As for charts, for getting us out, oh, that's a funny looking chart. We're on the Codec 2 Alpha. So 260 after takeoff. Then up to 6,000. Visual climb required up to 300 feet. Codec 2 Alpha. Up to 6,000. Brilliant. Jonathan, it is New Sky. I was just looking at other things. Reset the flight directors. It is the A320, yeah. It is indeed. Do we have APU? Yes, we do. In which case, start the show. How much do you think you paid for all the add-ons in the sim? Please don't make me think about that. Don't make me say it. I don't know, is the honest answer. And long may it stay that way. Oh, nice one, Matt. Are you the FedEx or are you the airnaut? What airline? Me.
Traffic here, not 1903, taxi runway 24 via Juliet Alpha, Diagorist traffic.
Damn, we're filling the place up. Diagos traffic and not 1 Hotel 74. Stand for pushing back, facing east. Diagos traffic.
Diagos traffic Air 056 Tango from Starbo, stand 1 Bravo, push and start, facing east as best as GSX can do it.
Release working brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at wheel.
Thank you, thank you. Where's that APU bleed gone? There you are. I got hiccups. Right. I just want to be double sure that we don't go back and into this one. Because I think GSX may put me in that position. Come on, turn. There you go. Do believe we're going to be all right. Looking at that turn radius. Ah, no wonder the engines weren't starting. I put it into crank. Oopsie.
Diagos traffic, clear not 1903, leading up runway 24 right for takeoff. Diagos traffic.
Closest to you as we are about to demonstrate the safety features of our Airbus A320 aircraft. Procedures. The safety card found in your seat pocket contains important.
Start new sky so don't forget.
If you hear brace, brace. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft.
The biggest add-ons, utils and stuff, probably is the aircraft that you fly and the airports you fly into.
Be behind you. Emergency lighting will guide you.
New Sky is good. I enjoy New Sky
Tow track disconnected.
because, of course, it lets me run the virtual airline.
1903 taking off runway 24, Diagos traffic.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Okay, start engine number 2. Flaps 1 is set. I'll be out your way in a minute, Matt. Yeah, I'd recommend you consider flying for a virtual airline. Not necessarily mine. I'm not trying to plug my own. Of course, you're more than welcome if you want to join us. It just adds a new sense of purpose to your flying, I think. Particularly if you're flying scheduled routes. Like, it's very easy to be like, oh, I don't know where to fly. Where shall I fly? Where shall I go? I don't know. It's like, well, the VA will tell you. It's like, there's a plane that's been in Ibiza for 3 weeks and it hasn't moved. Maybe fly it back to Gatwick. There you can make yourself useful. That kind of thing, you know.
Diagos traffic, not 56 Tango, taxiing to holding point behind company traffic in front, so runway 24.
Okay.
If he gets a move on, that is.
All right, bloody hell. Go. Diagos traffic, Air01 Hotel 74, owing to peer pressure from aircraft behind, taxiing to runway 24, holding point Alpha. Unbelievable. Right, let's go. That rascal. Now then. Are we going to...
Diagos traffic, easy 144 Charlie, pushing back from stand 2 Bravo, Diagos.
Are we going to be able to squeeze past Tricky? You've been having that issue of not knowing where to fly. Winnipeg to Toronto, mostly around North America. Well, as of last night, we've launched a tour on our virtual airline of America. Takes you around all 50 states. The tours are good. The tours definitely are good. I enjoy the tours a lot. Because it's like... you feel like you're progressing and you're doing it all for a reason. Because you want to obviously complete the tour. Even if there's a leg in there that you don't particularly want to fly, you fly it because you want to get through it. If that makes any sense at all. Right, let's turn on our predictive wind shear. Arm that, turn that off. I'm fairly certain when I came here in real life it was 2-4 both ways. We definitely landed 2-4. 90% certain we took off on 2-4 as well. First time in a Neo, actually, coming out of here. A320 Neo.
Westbound Father Class 7, pushing back stand 8, facing east.
And what I remember is that the takeoff, obviously we flew out here I think on a CFM A320. And then we flew back on a Neo. And the Neo, just the takeoff roll, the climb, everything was just way more graceful. Everything was way more, less kind of, you know, like when a CFM gets going, like an old school one. It's like you really feel the plane. Whereas with the Neo, it's like, felt like they were just chilling, really, those engines. Very, very nice. As a passenger, it's a much nicer experience. Morning, Liam. How you doing, mate? Right, I'm going to hold Alpha. Yeah, a little bit of scenery for here wouldn't go amiss, I think. I mean, you can get in and out with the defaults, it's fine, but just some markings for where to park. I mean, it's, having been there in real life, I can tell you there's not an awful lot going on the ground. It's not like there's air bridges or anything like that. It's all very... not too dissimilar to how you see it, but just some markings on the ground, taxiway markings, parking markings. I think a little would go a long way here, put it that way. Okay. Is there anyone coming? Where's my browser gone? There it is.
West Drive, FedEx 7, taxi into runway 240 Alpha.
Let's get ourselves ready to go then, shall we? Start the clock.
Traffic, easy 144 Charlie, taxi in runway 245 Alpha.
Diego's traffic, air knots 1 Hotel 74, lining up, taking off 24 on the Codic 2 Alpha, Diego's traffic. Okay.
Diego's traffic, AGN 285 pushing back from stand 7, Diego's traffic.
Manflex 67, SRS green,
Behind company traffic, runway 24.
auto thrust blue. Quite a long runway this, isn't it? V1, rotate. Positive climb. Gear up. There we go. Lovely job. See you, roads. Levers into climb. Dip the nose. Jaguar traffic air not 1 Hotel 74 airborne out of 24 passing 2000.
Diego's traffic, A056 Tango holding for 1 more minute for separation to company traffic ahead.
He's a deer, isn't he? Oh, it's nice to be flying back with the bus again. I do really like flying with the side stick. Particularly this side stick, like it's really good. Like really good.
Diego's traffic, A056 Tango takeoff runway 24, Codic 2 Alpha departure. West Drive, public 7 now, 24.
Diagos traffic, Air 1, Hotel 74, climbing now, flight level 280, final call, Diagos traffic. Alright, good. Let's lose the arm to the sea. What's the word? Spoilers. That's the word. I know what I'm doing.
Diagos traffic, KGN 285, taxi to runway 24, is it? Via taxiway Alpha. Diagos traffic.
Correct. It is 24. Look at her go. How you doing, Nugs? Oh, the Phoenix is so good.
Diagos traffic at 56 Tango, born over 24, passing 1,700.
Right, there's 10,000. Lights. And now we're past 10,000, the nose will dip, so we're at around about a 5-degree climb rate at the moment. What I might do is keep everyone buttoned up until we've finished accelerating, then you can see that we're gradually coming back down. So that's now more like 2.5, which is more like what I would call ready to turn off the seatbelt signs. Although we'll see what the aircraft does, because we are open climbing, of course. It might be when we achieve 315 knots, we then climb a bit more. Yeah, it looks like we are. Just let it settle. I'm trying to make cinematic video, so needing custom shots. Chase plane is a good add-on. It is. Although, if you're not careful, everyone's going to look the same, aren't they? Like all the cinematic YouTubers, if they all start using chase plane, they're all going to look like chase plane. That's the only danger with that, I think. When I first started this channel, that was kind of one of my ambitions, was to do cinematic flight videos, and honestly, it bored me to tears. I was not ready for how boring I found it. I thought it was going to be great fun, but just like constantly faffing with like camera views and replay tools, trying to replay the same bit of flight again and again and again so you can get the perfect shot. I was like, oh my god, I'm not doing this. I'm sorry. I'm just not doing this. Yeah, it was way less fun than I thought it would be, let's put it that way. That's why I like live streaming, because there's no, it just is. It is what it is. Like, I am me, you're watching, we're talking, it's real, you know? And I'm not saying there's no place for video content. I do lots of video content. I enjoy making video content as well. But if all I was going to be was a cinematic YouTuber, I don't think I'd last very long at that, to be honest. So what time? It's now 10 to 12. See, time is cracking on, isn't it? Quietly. This is the thing. You think, oh, it's only a 50-minute flight. 2 times 50 is 1 hour 40. It's not 1 hour 40. I mean, we've been live now for over 2.5 hours nearly. Right. When are we getting in? $12:28 back into Athens, it reckons. So we should be on, shouldn't we, for another leg? Editing takes so long, 4 times longer than making the original shot. Yep. Yep. That's true. Very true. Don't know what you mean, Grumpy. Four. There we go. Maybe I should get an actual physical MCDU, then I'd see it and I'd clear it. I feel like I'm this close to, like, going down the cockpit route. But I know once I start, ugh, it never ends. Like, I love the one, is it Airliners Live? They've partnered with Winwing, and of course they're building like a whole like Airbus cockpit, and I love that. I think it looks so cool. Like, mad respect to them. I don't know, maybe I should do it. I don't know. Maybe I should just DIY the whole thing and do like a vlog series. Oh, Ken, what are you doing? Have you not done yours as well? For goodness sake. You didn't want to think about the cost of all the add-ons, imagine the full cockpit. Yeah. I mean, what would I need, really? I'd need an MCDU. Yeah, I'm going to need loads, aren't I? I mean, I've got this, which I've failed to plug in today. That normally sits there like that. What it does, it blocks the bottom bit of my TV. So what the plan is, I'm going to raise the telly up a little bit so then I can see the full thing. I need to find a mounting solution for my Tobii eye tracker, because obviously this blocks the eye tracker's line of sight because the eye tracker is there. I'd like to move these throttles down a bit lower, tell you the truth. Sort of like down. I'd obviously have to rearrange the camera a little bit to accommodate that. I don't know. I don't know. I could probably do half a cockpit. I could probably do half. What I might do is 3D print a little frame to go around this monitor and give it a fat enough bezel that the Tobii eye... Oh, there you go, what Jim just said. Put the Tobii eye tracker on the top of the screen. The rig is never finished. I know. I foolishly, I think it was last January, I was like, you know what, guys, I think I'm pretty much done here. Like, I can't see myself ever needing anything more. Fast forward a year, I'm like, ooh, maybe a whole cockpit would be a good idea. Yeah, so I don't know. I do like this screen though. This was a very good investment. I just need to get it set up nicely. Although, I don't know if any of you saw Gav's video last night, EasyJet Sim Pilot. He was sent a screen by, I forget who it was. And it seemed like all it was like literally this screen. He said it was like a 12.9 inch super wide screen, 1920 by whatever, and it's like, oh, that's what this is. And then he said, oh, it needs HDMI and USB-C, and it's like, well, that's got HDMI and USB-C. And then looking at the casing, it looked very 3D printed, so it's like this company had just basically taken one of these, 3D printed a surround for it, and increased the price by about $200. Like, even the software was just a Google Drive link to that pop-out manager that you can just get on flightsim.to or whatever. Like, God, you've got to be so careful. These bloody rip-off companies that are just like... Ugh. It's like saying, oh, it's got a Visa mount. It's like, yeah, so is this. Like, I'm fairly certain all they've done is just bought one of these and yeah, was not digging that at all. Don't think I could commit solely to just an Airbus cockpit, as I fly a lot more than Airbus. Yeah, that's what holds me back as well. So what I really like having the yoke here, and I like having the stick here, and I like having a throttle here. And it means I can fly most things most of the time. Like, I could fly the TFDI like this. I could fly the A340 600 that's coming out like that. I could fly, I don't know, an E-Jet like this. I'm pretty much good for most aircraft. Like, now, a lot of the time I do spend in the Phoenix, and the more time I spend in the Phoenix, the more time I love it, or the more I love it, basically, and then the more I start thinking, should I just commit and go Airbus at this point? How you doing, Chris? Do I find the Logitech radio panel useful? It's okay. I use it less than I thought I would, to be quite honest. It relies heavily on spad.next to work at all, effectively, in my opinion, which is another payware piece of software, so you need to buy a piece of software to make it work properly, because it's only got 5 digits on the screen, and if we look down here, you can see that our frequencies have 6. So with spad.next, it loses the 1 and moves the decimal point over a digit. So instead of 122.80, it would say 22.800 or 24.850. Because every frequency starts with a 1, so therefore I guess why do you need it? So it does kind of work. It's just feeling super long in the tooth, you know? I mean, I know it's a Logitech, but it's from like Satec, which Logitech bought years ago, and I think it had already been out for years under the Satec's branding anyway, so it's like super old at this point. I would probably say WinWing, you know, wait for them and do that, probably would be my advice. I really like what Winflex have done with their EFIS RMP thing. So what they've done, obviously we've got the FCU cube here, which obviously represents this bit. Now it's not full scale. I think it's about 80%-ish scale physically. So if you're building a one-to-one cockpit replica, probably not a lot of good for you. That's fine. They've done an EFIS, which you can add on the left-hand side, which is fine. But then rather than giving you a right-hand EFIS, because why do you need 2 bloody EFISes, really? Unless you're building a one-to-one cockpit. Why would you buy the same bit of hardware twice just for a mirror image, especially if you're a solo simmer? So what they've done, they've taken the radio RMP panel and I believe the squawk panel, and they've sort of merged it into a little panel over here that goes on the right, which I think is a really good idea. And I know it's not realistic, and I know it's not how it really is in the real plane. However, if you're a desktop simmer, that gives you everything, pretty much, doesn't it? The only thing I've got to gripe with the FCU cube is that it doesn't work in spad.next yet, and I feel like as soon as they give it spad.next support, it's going to be so good, because then we can like use the Boeings with it, all sorts with it. And if they're not going to give it spad.next support, they should make it work with like the PMDGs through their own software, because they've made it work with like the Unibuilds, with the Phoenix, with the fly-by-wire. So they can make it work with planes through doing it themselves. I think they should do it themselves with the Boeing if SPAD isn't going to be a thing. That's just my 2 cents for what it's worth. I should probably get onto them and ask them about SPAD again. Fairly certain the person I talk to is sick of me asking. But whatevs. Whatevs. Because you could definitely fly a Boeing with this. Like, for example, if you want to go into LNAV, you would push this one for like managed, because that's the equivalent, isn't it? If you want to go into heading select, you would pull it. And then obviously display the value on the screen. If you wanted to do like manage speed, fine. If you want to do speed intervene, pull. Altitude, push for VNAV, pull for altitude intervene. Obviously you've got your up and down, autopilot disconnect, you've got your approach button. It would totally work. It would totally work. And again, like this sort of stuff, you could probably get it most of the way there with the EFIS. They could totally do that. Anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Enter destination data. Is that time already? Let's have a little look then, shall we? Arrivals. LGAV 03 left. 1023. Let's pop that in. What's the temperature? 15. 090 at 6. Minimums are 355. Next upgrade is going to be the rudder pedals, but I'm not sure if it's necessary. What have you got at the minute? Have you got any rudder pedals at all? Or are you replacing an older set of rudder pedals? I am on VATSIM, yeah. Alpha, yep, it's the 320. Here's the 320. You haven't got any rudder pedals. Okay, so any rudder pedals, are even cheap ones, any rudder pedals is orders of magnitude better than having no rudder pedals. So I started out with a Thrustmaster TCA side stick, and I would obviously twist the stick to do any rudder input. It was awful. Absolutely awful. Like, any hint of a crosswind and I was cooked. Like, there was no way I was getting that down gracefully. Absolutely no way. Then I went to a set of Logitech rudder pedals. I paid about 110 for them, I think, from Amazon a few years ago. Night and day. Absolutely night and day. Like, all of a sudden, I could control the plane how I wanted to control it. I didn't always get it right. I'm not saying you're going to become like a landing king all of a sudden. Like, if you're anything like me, you'll still get it wrong occasionally. Left tricky. Left was real life ops. So yeah, those Logitechs, while not perfect, were so much better than not having anything. So much better. And in recent weeks, Moser sent their new rudder pedals out, which I'm using now. Which is obviously... they're far nicer than the Logitechs. But they're far more expensive. But I would say just getting any rudder pedals gets you quite far up the... what's the value per pound spent scale, if you like. And obviously you can go for the expensive ones. You've got the Mosers, you've got the Thrustmasters, you've got Windwing doing stuff. They're doing force feedback ones now. Or they will be. You can go on and on and on and on. But just get something. There's me. So we've got Chris first. Then there's me. Then there's Tricky about to smash into Grumpy by the look of it. And we've got an EasyJet with no flight plan filed. Might want to do that, John. We've got Matthew. And 707. Not looking like there's any sort of ATC on at the minute. That's alright. How'd you get the active runway at Athens without ATC? Simbrief has given me 03 right. Yeah, it gave me 03 right as well, which I disagreed with. So I checked on Flight Radar 24. So this morning, even on VATSIM Unicom, people were taking off on 03 right and landing on 03 left. Which is... who's that? Hello, are you air not? Yes. Yeah, flight radar 24 if in doubt. I mean, ultimately, as long as you communicate with people and you could land on 03 right if you want. I think Tricky's planning to, because he wants to go to the cargo, which is more convenient, landing on 03 right. As long as you're not going to cut anyone up. Shouldn't be a problem. I'm going 03 left 707. Thinking of making a Captain Boeing and a First Officer Airbus cockpit. I fly yoke left-handed and side stick right. Oh, there you go. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. Right, I'm going to start thinking about lowering my cost index. Just so we can have a nice easy descent. What would your non-negotiables be for a budget first-time flight sim setup? Probably, obviously, a side stick. And if you can afford it, get some rudder pedals. Doesn't have to be like top ones, just some rudder pedals. We just descend a minute. Athens traffic, Air Not 1 Hotel 74, flight level 280, overhead Varix, descending now for 8,000 feet at Kia. Yeah, if you can afford some rudders, I would say get some rudders. I mean, really, just like a stick like the TCA Airbus stick. If budget is a big issue, and that will get you most of the way there. It's got everything you need, technically. It's got rudder input on the twist axis on the stick. You've got the stick. You've got a load of buttons. You've got a little throttle slider. But if you can go actual rudder pedals as well, that'll be like night and day. And then obviously if you can get some throttles as well, then I'd say you're pretty much there. You're pretty much there at that point. But I would get the rudders before you buy the throttles. Because think about it, these throttles, like I know that we're, as a community, obsessing over throttles right now because we've got these Mosers, we've got the Wind Wings, we've got all this stuff happening and we're all like, you know, like, yay, throttles. Think about it, particularly when you fly Airbus. I haven't touched these throttles since we left roads. So probably for 99% of your flight, and I mean that literally, for 99% of your flight, you are not going to touch your throttles. So if you've got like a little slider built into a stick, yes, I know it's not throttles, but as long as you can just gently maneuver that little lever and click your throttles into a climb gate. Do you know what I'm saying? And then all you need to do is, when you get to 20 feet, just whack it down to idle. I'd go stick over yoke. If, depends what you fly. If you want to fly Airbus, then stick makes total sense. Total sense. Lewis, my stick is from FS Projects, and it's on top of a Moser AB9. Right, so after Kia, where are we going? I'm going to go down to 3,000 after Kia. Okay, let's do some seatbelt lights. But I would say rudder pedals should be higher on your list than throttles. Put it that way. Definitely. Even if it's like some cheapish ones. Like, don't get me wrong, I would love some wind wing throttles, and I'm probably going to buy some, but it's not lost on me that, for the most part, you don't touch them. We're going anywhere after Athens. Hopefully, if we get in without a go-around and there's time and it's all good, we're going to go up to Dubrovnik after Athens. That be the plan. Right, how heavy are we going to be? Oh god, what have I done? Controls frozen while keyboard input is active. Didn't mean to do that. 4 tons of fuel on board when we land. 0 fuel weight at 60.8. I make that 64.8. Now that's going to put us fairly far down the runway. However, we might get away with that. Yeah, and there's loads of high-speed exits that we can take. Might be able to shoot for Alpha 10 with auto brakes low. Do nicely, I think. The ancient Logitech rudder pedals will do fine. Yep. I say it was only in December that I came off of them. And I've been on them for the lifetime of the channel, pretty much. Well, the lifetime plus a little bit. I did complain about them quite a lot sometimes, but part of me wonders how much of that was the ground handling characteristics of the sim, to be honest. Okay, flight plan then is make a left here at Kia. 30 miles. Kia/27. Then we make our turn in. Cheers, Rebel! Okay, that one's just landed on 03 right. So if we look at LGAV then. So we got Chris, then we got me, then we got Tricky, then we got Grumpy, then we got Matthew. Nice little train we've got going on here, isn't it? Where are you going? Flight level 360, they're fine. Tricky's at 18,000. I'm at 16. Don't go setting off my bloody TCAS as well, Tricky. Jim says I've slowly replaced everything, but I've still got my Logitech pedals. Maybe upgrade to Winwing Airbus ones on release, as long as not stupid priced. Yeah. Well, didn't they say their force feedback ones are going to be, is it $800 or $900? So their non-force feedback ones, you would think, would probably come in at a lot less than that, like the 300-400 range, would you say? He's on final. In terms of a taxi then, when we land, see if we can get off at Alpha 10 onto Alpha. I don't know whether it's customary to taxi on Alpha or Bravo at Athens, to be quite honest, but hopefully we won't be on either for very long, because we can then take Hotel and continue on Hotel until we hit Charlie or Delta? Is there any information about what we should or shouldn't taxi on? Let's have a look. Navigraph Charts, taxi. Here we go then. Taxiway, centerline lights, blah 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 blah. Taxiway Delta from 03 left, 21 right towards Alpha. The taxiway centerline lights within the ILS sensitive area from 03 right towards taxiway Delta and from 03 left towards Alpha are colour coded yellow and green. Landed aircraft are requested to report clear of the colour coded centerline lights to indicate the aircraft has vacated the ILS sensitive area. All taxiing aircraft shall follow the yellow taxi centerline. Doesn't really say, does it? Due to the displaced thresholds, okay, that's got nothing to do with that. Don't know them. Anyway, it's only time for me to land. 1023. We'll take Alpha. That's what we'll do. Alpha Hotel. And then Charlie and Echo. Yeah, Murray, I get you. Murray says it always makes me nervous whether you should take taxiway inbound or outer. I mean, this is why I kind of like it when ATC comes on. I know some people get a bit like, oh no, ATC's on, and they get a bit worried, but it's like, kind of makes your life easier, really, because you can let them figure it out and they tell you where to go. Imagine this is the first time I'm seeing this. What are we doing at the minute? We're coming into land, so we're flying the approach into Athens, runway 03 left, and we're following the star, which is the approach pattern that you take into an airport. And we are
23 miles south of the visual 03 right.
20 miles out, which really isn't very far at all. Get all the lights on. Co-pilot loves his sandals. Honestly, I don't know why he appears like that. Just appeared one day and that's that. Still. You got the force feedback throttles. I didn't know they had force feedback throttles, Jim. What ones are they? Let's lose the music. It's about to get real. Athens traffic, Air Not 1, Hotel 74. We are 14 miles out from 03 left and slowing to speed 200 knots. Approach mode on. That pitching was done with your feet. No, autopilot. Athens traffic, Air Not 1, Hotel 74, 10 mile final, 03 left. How's it going, Anna?
Navigraph Charts 7, 15 mile final, 03 right.
Okay, go around altitude is 5,000. That's set. Okay, let's get that speed brake away. Come on, flaps. Get gear down. Go to our final approach speed. Now. Okay, lights are on. Landing gear down. 3 greens. Auto brake low. Flaps full. Speed brakes armed. Go around altitude set. We're good to land. Athens traffic out at 1 Hotel 7 for 5 miles for 03 left.
Athens traffic for 7, 10 miles, 03 right.
Right, first time then landing into this scenery. Fly Tampa Athens. Let's see what it's got in store for us. Let's go. I feel like this approach could be one of those where it looks okay until it's not. Do you know what I mean? Like right now I feel really stable, I feel really good about it. Ask me again at 50 feet. Okay, 3 reds on the Pappies. That's good because the ILS is saying we're bang on where we need to be. 3 reds is always somewhat reassuring, which I know isn't good because it tells you that the underlying sim platform is a little bit not quite right, but it does mean if you see 4 reds, you can take it as 3 reds. Right now, the ILS says we're fine.
100.
Now it says we're high. 50 over the numbers is what we want. Never mind what the lights say.
Minimum.
Continue.
40, 30, 20, retard. 7, 5.
Yeah, there's a bit of a thumper. Ah, 340, that's okay. That's alright. Yeah, so ILS and glide slope, even on a payware piece of scenery.
Traffic 056 Tango, established localised at 03 left, 13 miles.
That's not good, is it, really? Like, glide slope...
Athens traffic for 7, 3 mile, 03 right.
Glide slope and Pappies on a payware piece of software are a bloody mile out. We paid for this. How is that possible? Never mind, eh? Athens traffic, Air 01 Hotel 74, clear of 03 left. Okay, APU on. Do I use the eye tracker much? Not at the moment because I need to figure out how to get it to work with Chase Plane and I need to get it mounted nicely with my new screen. Okay, flaps up. Let's go. That landing I'll give a 7 out of 10. Not really too happy with that, but equally I wasn't too happy with how the scenery was behaving with the ILS. I thought that was pretty crap, to be honest. That was not good. There you go. In chat, someone's saying for some reason, even with fly tamper scenery, the pappies are not aligned with the glide slope in 03 right as well. That's a shame. I don't understand it. I will never, ever, ever understand it. Like, we know that the ILS and the glide slope pappy alignment in the sim is not good. We know that. That's a whole thing for a Sobo to fix, in my opinion.
Athens traffic, Air 056 Tango, short final 03 left, 5 miles.
But then if Hayware developers make a piece of scenery, you would think job number one is to fix that. And they can fix it. It's doable. You can align ILSs, you can align pappies as part of being a scenery developer. That is 100% possible. Job number one. Before you worry about putting a bloody Costa coffee in there and charging us a fortune for that, fix the glide slopes and the pappies. Please. That's all I want. Like, crazy. Fly Tampa Vegas is the same for 26 left as well. Why? Why didn't they fix it? Just madness.
Athens traffic, FedEx Flight 7 Heavy's clearance 03 right.
What I'd be really tempted to do is make an add-on where we as the consumers can fix it ourselves, to be honest. Imagine if there's a little add-on where before you flew there, you could check the charts, see what the pappies and the glide slope should be, punch in a number into a little box for a given airport, for a given runway, and then it configs everything. Then people could maybe share profiles, like GSX profiles, for each airport. Athens traffic, Air 1 Hotel 74, taxiing to stand Alpha 03 via Hotel Charlie Echo.
Athens traffic, FedEx Flight 7 taxiing to Cargo over Charlie.
Air 1 Hotel 74 will give way to the FedEx on Charlie. In real life, they are never the same. Low level for a variety of reasons. Minimum eye height for the pappy, so then Athens may be set for 747. Below 300 feet, the pappies are not reliable, so we don't chase them. Okay. Would the ILS be reliable all the way down? Cheers, Blaze.
Athens traffic, Air 056 Tango 03 left vacated, taxiing to stand of choice.
Yes, as it's a precision instrument.
Athens traffic, Easy 144, Charlie 5 mile final, Athens 4 runway 03 left.
Cheers, Haig. Thanks, man. Is there a point where the ILS becomes, I don't know, like at 30 feet, would you just ignore it at that point? For example. Right, I'm going to jump onto Echo. It says I was getting to Alpha 03. Sorry, Eddie, what are you saying correct to there? How you doing, Adam? Alpha 05, and we're going Alpha 03. Should be waiting for us. Here they are, look.
Traffic easy 144 Charlie, vacated 03 left onto Alpha Athens.
Athens traffic, GM 285, established ILS, runway 24, 11 miles to run. Athens traffic.
Sorry, Eddie, I'll read your message properly in a moment when I'm parked. Alright, here we go then. $20 to 1, we've got time for that leg to Dubrovnik, haven't we? Of course we have. Of course we have. Oh, so close. For the 4 zeros. Never mind. APU's available. That's good. That means we can do engines off and beacon off. Let the scumbags out. Let's see what New Sky made of that landing. Felt a bit hard to me, really. 350 feet per minute. But I suspect New Sky may not have a problem with it. Oh, we're above our landing weight. I didn't realise that. That was silly of us. Otherwise, though, great touchdown. So, yeah, okay, fine. I just feel like I was thrown off a little bit by the pappies being red and then the glide slope being like, you're too low and or you're too high, and it's like, and then just, yeah. Oh no, for next time. That's for sure. Right, so what's Eddie saying? If you are visual during the final part of the landing phase, you would fly a 3-degree flight path angle into the touchdown zone. The flare is a reaction to the closure rate. It stops the chasing of the glide or the pappies. So basically, I guess you're saying just sort of use your eyes after a certain point, Eddie? Is that fair to say? Sort of look out the window, ultimately?
Athens traffic, GM 285.
Or is that not fair to say?
Runway 03
Right,
left.
external power.
3 miles to run.
APU off. Let's shut the clocks down. Correct. Use your eyes. Okay. Duly noted. Yeah, I feel like I'm... Sometimes I go into like robot mode where like everything has to be perfect on the PFD. Like I need to be following the flight directives. I need to be looking at the ILS. I need to be looking at the pappies. And if they're all not fine, I get all like, ah. Whereas, yeah, like you say, if you just look out the window, you'll probably be all right. Right, are we deboarding? Yes, we are. Everyone get out. Keep scanning though, yeah, so you sort of like look out the front, look at your PFD, look at your pappies, look out the sort of like... Yeah, I get what you're saying. I appreciate the input, I really do. Because as a simmer, I find it's very easy to get in your own head about these things, particularly when you don't have any real world experience. So I do appreciate any input. Cheers, Grumpy. I hope you're feeling better. Right, one last leg up to Dubrovnik. And then we're done for the day. Can I go to Dubrovnik from Athens? Doesn't look like it, does it? Doesn't look like it. It's going to have to be a free flight. In that case, the classic call sign of Airnaut 232. LGAV. LDDU, isn't it? Dubrovnik, yeah, there we go. 320 CFM wing. We got an open mic. Open mic. Not that they'll be able to hear me because their mic is open.
Athens traffic, GN285, runway 03 left vacate.
Right, what's the problem with my flight plan? So they've limited the cargo based on the maximum landing weight. Okay. Runway 11 into Dubrovnik. Shall we just take a little bit more fuel? But then I feel like I've been slightly over. I'm going to not do the fuel this time. I'm going to try it. I feel like both times I've been close to the limit. And it's not like there's a million of us flying today. Famous last words, I know. Call sign, not. Are we empty already? Seriously? That's damn quick. Let's import the next flight then. LGAV to Dubrovnik. Let's... Oh, it's still unloading the cargo. That's fair enough. Cheers, Tricky. I've just noticed a bug in this livery. Look. Slightly misaligned. Just slightly. I tell you what though, the paint kits for the FSLTL liveries, if every airliner in the sim was like that, it'd be so easy. Like really it would. It'd be so good. I was rattling those out once I got the hang of it, because they all followed a similar format. They'd give you like a 2D side-on thing of the whole plane, and you just obviously draw what you want on the side. Then there's loads of little markers all around the document, and then you copy your livery paint and the markers into another document where it's all like you've got half the plane over here, the tail over there, and then you just line up the markers so they overlap, and then you know you're in the right place. Brilliant. I was doing like one every 10 minutes once I got into the swing of it. Right, let's get loaded. I'm going to do this here actually. Plan a flight. Last one. we shall go to Dubrovnik. Why is that going away when we're supposed to be loading people? Or are we doing buses? Have we not paid for the jet bridge on the way out to Dubrovnik? Is that what it is? Nice. Right, while they load...
Clear from V03 right taxi to stand.
Yeah, that's all good. While everyone gets loaded up, I'm going to pop in, let the dog out in the garden real quick, and then I'll be back and we'll do the next leg up to Dubrovnik. Don't go anywhere. Right, I'm back. I appear to have been inserted inside of an Aegean aircraft. Interesting how GSX wanted me to park where I'm parked, but actually looking at everyone else. What's my opinion on this? Wait for the Phoenix A320 Neo or get the A320 for now? I would get the A320 for now and then also buy the Neos. Aegean on stand 103, sorry, Alpha 03. I think you've parked on me. Almost done. Another 30, 50 to go.
Aegean 285, I can't see you, but I'll disconnect anyway.
Is that you, 707? Oh no, this one's taxiing through the building. What is going on here? Brilliant. That was new. OG, how you doing? Did I use the payware for roads? No. No, roads was all default today. I don't know what was going on there with that plane. It's just off now. Looks like the A340 could be available in the manager. Yeah, I heard it was coming. Got to be honest though, kind of really want to try the toeless one. I really want to try that. Could be good fun, that. Right, let's have a look at our flight plan then. Let's get ourselves Elgav to Dubrovnik. There we go. What have we got coming into Dubrovnik? ILS, hell yeah. Bit of a shame though, because the other direction where you sort of come in over this way, you get some lovely views. But I'm sure it'll be nice coming along this coast as well. I look forward to it. And we should have a nice little cruise here where I can have a little spot of lunch. I'm getting hungry. Right. Oh, fuck. Why do you test me? Okay, executive decision. Reset all. Load aircraft. Instantly. That's more like it, isn't it? It's more like it. Right, flight in it. Oh, Bobby, I really hope you're right. I really hope you're right. I struggle with the INI one. I struggle to hand fly it. I feel like there's a theme. I always struggle to hand fly any INI aircraft, and I don't know whether that's because INI focus on perhaps the bigger stuff, like the 330s, the 340s, the 350s, therefore they handle differently in general, therefore I struggle with that aspect. Or is it that INIs just fly a bit differently, regardless of whether they're supposed to or not? Anyway, I guess we're going to find out with the toeless pretty soon, so... I mean, the 777 handles alright, and that's big. So, I don't know. I shall wait and see. Right, departing 03 right on the Core 1 Echo. Core 1 Echo, then into Dubrovnik on runway ILS. We're doing Zulu. Yeah, ILS Zulu 11. On the Pilap. No, we're not. Bevis 3 Zulu. Via Pilap. Spot on. Let's send that to the MCDU. 03 right is the takeoff runway. Sync the load sheet, sync the weather, calculate 158, 159, flaps 1, down 0.4, flex 65. Send that over. Good. Init page B is looking reasonable. Block fuel 7.5 tons. That's what we're expecting. That's all as we were just looking at over there on the calculator. That's also good. Good. We can get going in a minute. Let's get fuel pumps on, APU on, seatbelts on. Get ready to roll. Yeah, with the Tolis 340, I'm really hoping for like a Phoenixy A340. Does that make sense? Gaz, if you got GSX, all you need to do is flick on the beacon light. Sorry, not the beacon light. Hit the load button. There's no release dates yet. Is there, Grumpy, for the Tolis one? I haven't heard anything. Doing 340. I've got a funny feeling it'll be Tolis that releases first.
1903 stand Alpha 05 pushing back facing south. Athens traffic.
Well, there's an American on the roll. What yoke and rudders you recommend besides Thrustmaster one? Couldn't tell you. I haven't used any other yoke, to be honest. Rudders, you can, depending on your budget, you've got the Logitechs that I feel are quite good for the money. At the moment, I'm using the Moser MRPs, which are quite new. Full disclosure, they did send them to me for review, so make of that what you will. But right. Let's at this American park and then we'll think about getting pushed. Hey, Ismail. Yeah, Chris, I thought they were going as well. Would it be alright if I were to push first? I reckon I can probably get out, and then if you go, then you should be in front of me. Because I'm pretty much ready to go. Otherwise, I think you're going to block me, aren't you, at the gate? I just need to release my brakes. Athens traffic Air 232, stand Alpha 03 pushing back onto Echo facing south. What's gone on here then? GSX. What are you doing? Nose left, tail right.
Release working brakes.
That's better.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at wheel.
Cabin crew, arm doors and cross-check.
Start New Sky. I wish New Sky would factor in multiple legs, I really do.
Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the cabin crew member closest to you as we are about to demonstrate the safety features of our Airbus A320 aircraft. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard our Airbus A320. Please pay attention to illuminated signs and crew instructions, including the following safety procedures.
Engine 1 available. Engine 2, flaps 1 is set.
The cabin crew are now pointing out the exits nearest to you.
Wicked.
Please be aware that your nearest usable exit may be behind you. Emergency lighting will guide you to an exit. In an emergency, leave all baggage on board. Your seatbelt is fastened, adjusted, and released as shown. It must be fastened whenever the seatbelt signs are on, and we recommend that you keep it fastened at all times. By fails, masks will drop from above you. Pull a mask towards you to start the oxygen.
Please set working brakes.
Brake set. Is it me or do those ground textures not look that great? Is that just at the LOD that we're at?
Unlocking gear.
I don't know. Right, flight directors. On.
Track disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Auto brake. Max is set.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Taxi light on. And we'll lose that. Spoilers.
Athens traffic here.
Give the cabin a buzz.
Lining up runway 3 right. Athens traffic.
How you doing, AK? Athens traffic, Air 232, taxiing to holding point Delta 1203 right via Echo and Charlie.
Cabin crew seats for takeoff.
Let's roll. So we should be in Dubrovnik for 2:30. which should be fine.
Athens traffic here, not 1903, taking off runway 03 right, Athens traffic.
Cheers, guitar. Okay, I'm going to turn on to Charlie here. Oh, I can't wait till we get a tiller. Got a lovely little spot for it right there. Goes.
Athens traffic here, not 1903 at 1900 feet climbing flight level 360, Athens traffic.
Yeah, so 1 hour 20 to Dubrovnik, they reckon. Should be just enough time for lunch. I've got some cold pasta in the fridge, which hopefully will be alright. Should have done chips and gravy, really. But that'll have to be another day. Sorry, Philip. Right, we want the second left, not this one, the next one. One of these days I'll have chips and gravy on stream for lunch. How does that sound? We'll do the official AirNot review. Make Philip proud. Jubbly. Around we go. No one coming. Grumpy's not happy. I've got to be honest, I've never ever thought, you know what these chips need? Gravy. I think curry sauce is my limit really for chips. In terms of an unusual topping. I mean, normally just mayo will do it for me. Right, parking brake on. Let's have a quick look. Anyone coming? Don't believe there is. No, there isn't. We've got the run of the place. Lovely. Athens traffic, Air Not 232, lining up, taking off 03 right on the core 1 Echo Sid, Athens traffic. Predictive wind shear. Lights. PCAS to Tara. Start the clock. Let's go. Turn and burn? Turn and burn, let's do it. Flag 65, SOS green, auto thrust blue. Speed alive. V1, rotate. Positive climb. Gear up. Later, Athens. We will definitely be coming back here on the regular, I think. Quite like it. Just need to get used to the fact that the pappies are a mile off. There we go. What are you going to do, eh? Levers climb. Dip the nose. Gain some speed. Isn't it beautiful here? Look at that. Can't argue with that look, can you? Definitely feels like upgrading the firmware on these throttles. We haven't had a disconnect today, have we? With the USB disconnect. That's definitely improved. Yeah, me too, Fab. That's our SR that does those, isn't it? Fairly certain. It sounds like him. Athens traffic, Air Not 232 airborne out of 03 right, passing 4,500 feet. Athens traffic. Okay, turn coming up. Cheers, Carlos, I guess, with the 3. I was supposed to say Carlos, right?
Athens traffic, Virgin
Appreciate it.
Golf, pushback start, stand Bravo 07.
Let's do the turn. Cracking. Look at that. Yeah, okay, that does look pretty epic. I'll give you that. Alright, 10,000 feet. Lights off. We can lose the ground spoilers, being armed, and we'll think about passengers coming out once we finish this turn. Yeah, fairly certain it is him, Fab. If it's not, it's someone that sounds just like him. There we go. Autopilot on. Athens traffic, N 232, climbing now, flight level 340, final call, Athens. Right guys, I'll see you in about an hour. I'm going now. Imagine if I did that. What a rubbish stream. I don't know, maybe it'd be a good stream. Get me out of the way, it might actually stand a chance of being alright. Who knows? Yeah, this is a very cool part of the world to fly. I like it. Right, what does the bus think? We're going to be in at 14:36, so an hour and 14, if you want to be pedantic. Let's let the passengers out then. Get the service on the go. Start ripping them off. Sorry, Grumpy. There you go, now we'll look out the window. Lovely jubbly. Oh, I don't know whether to get the TFDI or not. I don't know whether to get it. On the one hand, we could do a livery for it, which I guess would be cool. On the other hand, I'm not sure I'd ever fly it that much. I'm not sure I'd fly it that much. What are you guys doing? Have any of you got it? Like, get the freighter. Okay. Yeah, I would never fly passenger ops in it. I don't think it'd be exclusively a freighter for me if I was going to do it. Thank you, Seb. Could be an expensive few months then, couldn't it? Because we've got the TFDI, we've got the Tolus, and we've got the Phoenix Neos. I don't know what the Phoenix Neos are going to cost. I would presume probably... What? For the 20 and the 21. We're getting a 20 and a 21. It's got to be, what? 80 quid, probably, for the two? I would have thought. Seeing as we got the BFU for nothing, I sort of feel like we owe them one, in a way. Look at that. £60, what, for both? The 20 and the 21? We're not getting a 19, are we? It's just the 20 and the 21, I think I'm right in saying. Get the F100. What's the F100? What a pretty little departure. They're basically going to track this coastline all the way out. There is a 19 Neo in real life, isn't there? But I don't think they're going to do it. I mean, the 21 Neo, that could have some range, couldn't it, that thing? That would be my new long hauler. Never mind your 777-300ER. Get me in the 321 Neo. There is a 19 Neo, but it's been a poor seller. Presumably then no 18 Neo either. How you doing, Sav? I'm doing very well, thank you. Yourself? 57 orders. Yikes. Mind you, at several million per plane, that's still not terrible, is it? But I see what you mean. They don't exactly have the economies of scale on their side, do they? 18 is CEO only. Fair enough. Migraine killing me, but plodding along at work. Oh no. Into low power mode you go then, Sav. How much is the yoke? It goes up and down. I think I paid about 300 for it, give or take. I think it went on a fairly good Black Friday sale. The Black Friday sale wasn't bad at all. To be completely honest. All eyes on wind wing. Not wind wing, sorry. Wind control. I'm never going to get used to that. Ever. I think clearly that's for like legal reasons, but in our hearts that'll always be wind wing, won't they? What a beauty. Right, it's 1:30. I'm getting peckish. I'm going to see what this cold pasta's like that I've been left in the fridge. It was alright last night when it was hot, but you never can quite tell when it goes cold, can you? Oh, that livery. Look at that livery. There is a bug though, can you see it? Look where the tail joins onto the body. The body paintwork needs to be shoved down a little bit. Add it to the list. List of jobs. That's why I'm super grateful that I've got the inside PC, because I can just do that. Like, for example, yeah, when I get the kids later from school, they'll come home, they'll do what they're going to do. They're pretty good at hanging out and amusing themselves now. Lego, whatever. I could quickly hop on the inside PC and do that. Whereas I couldn't come out here. I wouldn't just leave the kids in the house and just come and lock myself out here in the shed. That'd be not good. For a variety of reasons, but... Walnut, how's it going? I'll tell you what, for an experimental version, this chase plane's been alright for me. I know some people have had a couple of issues, but quite impressed with this on the quiet. Walnut, are you stalking Sav? Oh, chase plane. You little beauty. Look at you. It's alright, Walnut. I'm not here to judge. F100 is the Fokker one. God, you got to be careful saying that, haven't you? Jesus. Just flight to do one, and it looks to be as good as the RJ. Cool. Get myself demonetized saying that. So we made the executive decision yesterday, Grumpy and I. For those that weren't here earlier when we spoke about it, we've been accepted as a VATSIM partner VA now, which is awesome. Like, thank you, for real. Like, that's so cool. And I mean, it's all because of you, really. So give yourselves a big pat on the back. And we can, of course, now submit our liveries to FSLTL. So I spent the weekend making them, or rather thinking I was making them, or hoping I was making them, because, of course, suddenly dawned on me, it's like, how am I going to test these? Like, I've done the painting in Photoshop, and I've exported them, and I've packaged them all up into the folder structure that it needs to be. How do I test them? Because I can't just connect to VATSIM. Because the liveries aren't in there. So I had to copy paste all the liveries into the FSLTL folder, then find their VMR file and start putting in like my own custom lines of like, if it's an airnaut, if it's an A319, show this livery. Essentially hacking myself into my own copy of FSLTL. So yeah, created a custom VMR, pasted in the liveries, then Grumpy, bless him, started spawning next to me. We parked ourselves up at Aberdeen yesterday. We must have been at Aberdeen for like 4 hours, just parked there on the ground. Luckily there was no ATC asking what we were doing. So we started going through the different planes, 319, 320, 321, 20 Neo, 21 Neo, and we decided we're going to put the, I think they call it, in the paint kits, they call it the bandit mask on the windows, on the front windscreen. So the Neos you'll be able to recognise quite quickly, A, by the sharks in FSLTL, and also the mask. All the CEOs, the CEOs are going to appear in FSLTL as IAE engines with wing fences. So hopefully you can, at a glance, pick out what is a Neo and what is not. That's the plan. That'd be really nice. It'd be really nice, because then when the Phoenixes launch, it should just be, we should be cooking instantly. Like, I know the Neos exist already in a default state, but let's be real. They ain't no Phoenix, are they? So, yeah, can't wait for that. That's super cool. And good old Ryan came in and helped with the Boeings, because Grumpy wasn't going to be no use there, was he? Only slight problem we got is with the Freighter 777, because it uses the same type code as the 777-200LR, which is 77L. So you can't really distinguish between what is a passenger long range and a freighter. So even if you're in a freighter, it will just say air not on the side, not air not cargo. So sorry, best we can do. Short of starting a separate cargo airline where we have different, instead of X-Ray November Oscar, we have, I don't know, X-Ray November Charlie. Short of doing that, I'm not entirely sure how we can get around that. So yeah, all good fun. So in total we've got the 19, 20, 21, 20 Neo, 21 Neo, 350, 777, 200, 300, and a 737. But there you go, Sav. Yeah, sounds like you've been through this exact process before. Yeah, maybe we'll have to do a separate cargo airline. Might not be the worst idea, in fairness. I don't know if VATSIM would... whether we'd have to start from scratch with VATSIM on becoming a partner, because if you imagine we start a separate cargo airline... I don't know. You're starting from zero again, aren't you? Like, would VATSIM consider us a partner from day one on the strength of our X-Ray November Oscar call sign? You don't, as it's the same thing. Sorry. Well, we'll think about that. I mean, we're mostly passenger focused anyway, so I'm not desperate, if you know what I mean. I think as long as you can see a knot on the tail, I think that's all that matters, really. For the most part. Will you make other will you make liveries for other planes missing in the fleet? What, such as the A380 and the A340, Fab? Is that what you're sort of saying? Will I make liveries for FSLTL for those? How you doing, Ben? Not sure I fully understand your question, Fab. If you mean, will we make FSLTL liveries for planes that we have in the fleet that I didn't mention? At the moment, the answer is no, because the reason I didn't make them, like the 340 comes to mind, the 380 comes to mind, there are not paint kits available for FSLTL for those. So I looked through our fleet and made FSLTL liveries where there was a matching paint kit from FSLTL. Like, they didn't provide an A340 paint kit, for example. They didn't provide an A380 paint kit, for example. Maybe they exist, I don't know. But the link I went to, there wasn't any there. Fab, honestly, probably not, no. No, I think really it's going to be PMDG, Phoenix, 350, 340 from Innie. Probably not going to do an A320 Neo 21 from Innie or an RJ. I mean, really, like, the RJ is only there because, like, a couple of people asked for one, so I just added it. I wouldn't necessarily consider it part of the core fleet. It's merely in New Sky so people can fly it for the VA if they desperately want to, but it's not like a... Really, we are a Boeing Airbus airline, really. Like, there are a couple of random planes in there that people have asked for, and I've just sort of gone, yeah, okay, fine, I'll add one. And by adding one, it then means that anyone can fly it on a free flight. But probably not go into all the effort of liveries, if you know what I mean. How you doing, Cam? Are we at cruise? We must be. Yeah, we are. What's the ETA now? 14:36. Just under an hour. Yeah, I mean, as a a VA owner, I guess I have to decide what I want the airline to be and what I don't want it to be. Yeah, I can't really ever see us having a fleet of RJs and F100s, to be honest. Like, Grumpy and I were talking about that when we were resetting the fleet and redoing the new schedule, and it was kind of like we took the view that we don't mind adding one plane of a certain thing, because yes, for scheduled routes there'll only ever be one, and it will be somewhere, and that's the only place you can fly it. But if you want to do a free flight, then of course you need to own at least one for the VA for anyone to do a free flight in it. But of course then once you have one, 100 people could do a free flight at any one time in it, anywhere they want. So that's kind of the value there. Why don't I use the smaller monitor any longer? Because I need to figure out how to set it up a bit better in my setup. I may have a look at that tonight, in fact, if I get a bit of time. This week's been crap, to be honest, in terms of me being able to get out here and do any evening streams. It's sucked a bit, to be honest. It's been a busy week with like family stuff and all of that, which is fine, not complaining, but that is ultimately why I haven't been able to get out here and stream in the evenings. I feel like every week I'm like, on Monday I'm like, yep, Tuesdays and Thursdays, let's get out here and stream our little hearts out in the evenings, and then something always comes up. Which is why I stream at this time of day. People say, why do you stream this time of day? It's like, that's the reason. Because I have this period of time in the day right now on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and my God, am I going to utilise it? So, because in the evenings, it's like, you just don't know. Oh, Joanna, you missed everything. You missed all the best bits. Do I recommend it? Yeah, it's good. It's good. What I'm going to do, Ben, I'm going to do a little video as well. I might see if I can start on that tonight, in fact. Because I noticed Gav put a video out last night of a screen, EasyJet SimPilot. And I'm fairly certain that company have just bought the screen that I've got and 3D printed a little case for it to make it look Airbusy, and posted it out. But they added on like another $200 onto the price, which I couldn't believe. That's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Do you know if FSLTL accept retro liveries of airlines? For example, I've made Air France and Iberia retro liveries from the 70s for the fly-by-wire A320. I don't know. I mean, they've got a GitHub, so you could potentially do a pull request, but you would have to. You couldn't just give them your fly-by-wire livery. So someone was in the stream last week saying, all you need to do is give them the Phoenix livery and then they convert it. And then they were like, no, that's not how it works at all. You have to do basically, you have to repaint all your liveries in their paint kits. Now, thankfully, their paint kits are quite straightforward. Way more straightforward than everything else that we've had from PMDG, Phoenix, etc. The only way I got hold of their paint kits was through the VATSIM Discord for VA owners. I don't know if they're publicly available. I guess you could go onto their Discord and ask. Ask if you could contribute a livery. They do say on their Discord they're looking for 3D painters, so maybe you could help. Yeah, Ben, I'm fairly certain it's the same thing. Like, I noticed when I bought this one on Amazon, let me grab it, I'll show you. There were like two on Amazon that looked identical, except mine is made by Prechen, P-R-E-C-H-E-N. And there was another one that looked like all the buttons along here were like the same, but it was another brand. It's like, well, I see what's going on here. There's clearly one company that makes them, and then other people are just stamping a label on it and calling it theirs. And like Gav was saying in the video, it takes a HDMI and a couple of USB-Cs or whatever. It's like, yeah, so does this. And you're saying about the Visa mount, it's like, yeah, so does this. It looked eerily suspicious, and when he said it was like 12 point whatever inches, it's like, yeah, so's this. So $200 for a 3D printed little thing to wrap around it. Not sure about that, to be honest. And especially when the software, they put a QR code in the box and it just linked to Pop-Out Manager that they'd just obviously hosted on a Google Drive somewhere. Don't know about that. That seems not cool. Not doing bad on the frames today, are we? Not doing too bad. It hasn't felt awful at any point, although we are kicking around the 45 FPS mark. Like, for example, if we were on the 7900 XTX now, I'm fairly confident we would be north of 60. Because look, our graphics queue is at 16 milliseconds, our main thread is at 20, it's bouncing around, isn't it? But it's like 20 something-ish. It's going like 1822, is it? 1822, 1822. If I was to quickly go to 1440p, really quickly. There you go. See how our main thread is now at like, well, it looks to be sub 15 milliseconds, and we're now in the 70s. So why were we CPU limited at 4K and at 1440p? We are not so CPU limited. Because I thought higher resolution puts strain on your graphics card, not your processor, and all I can think of is possibly driver overhead, or maybe getting stuff in and out of VRAM, those 4K textures. CPU's bogged down doing that. I don't know, but either way, yeah, makes me think the 4080 is definitely a 1440p graphics card for Flight Sim. Which it should not be. It should be a 4K, no ifs, ands or buts. I mean, it's a bloody £1,000 graphics card. Telling me it can't do 4K. Well, it can do it, but it can't do it as well as perhaps should. Crazy. Right, I need to stop procrastinating and I need to go and get my bowl of cold pasta out the fridge. So I'll look forward to that. I'll be back in a moment, alright? Don't go anywhere. I'll leave you with some chase plane. back. No idea what this is going to be like. I took the decision to warm it up a bit. It was a bit not great, I thought. It was not the greatest cold, let's put it that way. Right, the in-flight meal. Quite a lot of it, actually. Can do well to eat all this. It's alright. How you doing, Dominic? It's a bit hot, actually. Ooh! It's rather on the hot side. Lordy, lordy. I think I microwaved that for a little bit too long there. You going to get any ATC into Dubrovnik? No. We've had nothing all day, have we? That's unusual. Normally gets, I suppose we're normally sort of kicking around London, aren't we? Which you normally get something eventually. Where are these lot going? Yeah, it's reasonably quiet today, isn't it? Amsterdam's got tower on. You know what? I don't think I've ever been into Amsterdam. I don't think I've ever landed into Amsterdam under ATC. I've taken off there, but it's almost always Unicom whenever I've landed there. Hamburg's got tower and ground on. And Bremen radar. Poor old Copenhagen, look. It's got nothing. It's surrounded by it, but there's nothing on there. I was thinking next week we should do some Australia flying. Or some New Zealand flying. That might be fun. I am not reading that out. No way. I'll just go with Badger. Badger. Thank you for the follow on switch. And the real whatever. Thank you. Philip, is that you on a note account? I don't know if you were here earlier, Philip, when we were leaving Athens, we were talking about gravy and chips again. I was considering doing some oven chips for lunch and making up some gravy today, but I realised I got this pasta left in the fridge. Mind you, you'd probably put gravy on pasta, wouldn't you? That's not bad, that pasta. I've had worse. I've had worse. Need to get back on the ready meal reviews. That's what we need to do. Freak, we were literally just saying that. I don't know if you've literally just this second joined, but like 2 minutes ago we were just saying we should fly in Australia next week. Right, I've got a buddy saying about gravy on pasta. I've got a buddy, just moved out of home for the first time into this place, and I go around there. His girlfriend had popped round, so I sort of popped in to take a look at the place. And he's making her dinner, and he was boiling pasta in a really, like, watery gravy. He's like, it's perfect. It's perfect, because it cooks the pasta, and it tastes of gravy afterwards. I was like, no way she's going to eat that. She's like, yeah, she'll love it. Gives it to her. She's like, no, take that back. I'm not eating that. It's like, good for you. I wouldn't eat it either. Bloody lunatic. Thank you, Homj, if I'm saying that right. Cheers to follow, buddy. Thank you. Pretty much, yeah. Well, I don't think it was OXO cube water. I think he just got some gravy granules, sort of tipped it in the saucepan to make it all like this gravy watery thing, and then yeah, just boiled the pasta straight in that. He's like, it's all right. I'll put cheese on top. It's like, I don't think that's going to save it, buddy. I really don't. Yeah, the way she looked at it, like, no, I will not be eating that, actually. Why not? What's wrong with it? How long have you got? Happy to pass on the recipe, Bobby, if you want it. Sure, it's just a phone call away. Thanks for the sub. You know what? We did a tour of Australia on the channel years ago. Like when the channel was like in its infancy. We did it in the fly-by-wire. That's how long ago it was. I didn't even own the Phoenix. Dav's on board for the gravy boiled pasta, just so we're clear. Am I using lossless scaling? No. Copilot gets nothing on AirNot. No, we are just doing TAA, I believe. Yeah, what did we do? We did a little tour of Australia on the streams in the fly-by-wire. We went from northeast. What's it called? I've forgotten the name of the place. Begins with B. Does it begin with B? Brisbane. Brisbane. We went Brisbane to Sydney, Sydney to Melbourne, Melbourne to Adelaide, Adelaide to Alice Springs, Alice Springs to... was it Darwin? Darwin to Broome. Then I think we did Broome to Perth? Or did we wimp out and not go to Perth because it was too far? I don't know. That was alright though. That feels like so long ago now, like back in the fly-by-wire days. We should do I should finish up that Australian tour actually on New Sky because I did get into the process of designing it. And what you say about Exmouth, Learmonth, that was what I thought as like a nice little stopover from Broome to break up the Darwin, the Broome to Perth bit. You're only 40 miles. How far am I? I've got 100 to go yet. We do have a load of Australian routes on the VA now, on the schedule. We put a load of planes in Darwin and in Sydney, I believe, so you should be able to start cracking if you want to have a go. Jacket's currently by the side of me. Nothing wrong with it. I just want to redo my setup a little bit before I put it back in. That's all. Well, the MTQ after watching your video, and I'm so happy with the purchase. Awesome, man. That's great. I had some issues with it. With it would disconnect. Like the USB, you'd hear like the Windows did sound like every 20 minutes or so. But I've updated the firmware this morning, and it's been solid as a rock today so far. Right. Brian, if I change my cost index to 60, or to 6 rather, yeah, my top of descent comes right down. Okay. Wind is 140 at 8, so we're still on for runway 11 then, aren't we? That's fine. That's fine. How heavy are we going to be? 61.7. 64.7. Have I got that right? Yeah, 64.7. What's the... Is it 64.5? Is the maximum? Well, happy birthday, Derek. I hope you have a wonderful day. Do I fly planes in real life? No. No, I'm just an idiot with a YouTube channel. What I might do is do auto brake medium. I mean, low would work, wouldn't it? Yeah, we can do low. It's dry. Let's do low. Let's live a little. Let's do low. Oh no. That's what happened. That's better. How do you know what condition to set at the top? What determines each category, and where would you get the info from? What do you mean, Jack? What are you talking about, mate? I'm a bit confused. For the landing performance. Oh, you mean the numbers I typed in, 64.7? So you go down here. Oh, it's done it again. Go away. So I look at the EFOB, estimated fuel on board, so that's how much fuel it thinks you're going to have when you land. And then you add that to the zero fuel weight. That then becomes your landing weight. The runway condition, well, you refresh the fly the METAR, and you can conclude. You're talking about the dry to pour, is that what you're talking about? Dubrovnik. I mean, this you got it all here. Look. LDA, LDR. $3,230. Normally you'd see whether it's going to be raining, wouldn't you, in the METAR? That's a good question. I've never really thought about it. I mean, it'd also be in the ATIS as well, but of course there's no ATIS because there's nothing online. Gonna fly to Dubrovnik in real life, but we changed to Rome as we had some cheap flights. Nice. Yeah, we're often guided by the flight. It's like, where is it cheap to get to? Now let's find somewhere to stay. The other option would be to look at Sim Toolkit Pro. As you can see here, there's rain over Mostar. Rain over here. Rain all over there. But you can see Dubrovnik is dry as a bone. Have I flown in New Zealand before? Yes, but not on VATSIM. Right, let's put in this performance data before it's too late. 25 miles till top of descent. QNH 1023. Temperature is 13. And the wind is 150 and 6. And minimums are 721 for us on a cat seat. Nice. Yeah, normally I'd look out for it in the ATIST, Gaz. What are you saying, Grumpy? I don't get it. So basically on this turn, that Cray is our top of descent. What we're going to descend to? DU606, flight level 160. Oh. Doesn't quite have the same effect when you have to explain it, does it? Man. Cheers, DR. Thank you. Hope to see you flying along with us. Be nice to have you. Dubrovnik traffic, Airnaut 232, flight level 340, inbound Cray. We're going to descend now for flight level 160, level by Delta Uniform 606, Dubrovnik traffic. Probably busy on the tour, Grumpy, that's what it is. Oh, you got a 5090 Founders Edition. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. They are still around. I was looking on Reddit, and there was a Reddit thread the other day, 12 days ago, or 13 days ago now, because it was last night, where on the NVIDIA site, for the UK, the 5090 Founders came into stock, and apparently it stayed in stock for 2 hours. Now I would have thought that would have gone out of stock within like 2 minutes. But apparently not. People on Reddit were like, yeah, 2 hours later it's still in stock. I mean, if you get a Founders Edition here in the UK, I think it's $17.99. And that'll be from Scan, but you have to go to Nvidia's website to go to their like buy now buttons, which then redirects you to scan.co.uk, and then there's like a separate like Scan page where you buy it, because Scan are the official distributor for Nvidia in the UK. And I know it's a lot of money, but it's still not a bad deal. If you can get a Founders, I feel like they're not the worst. It almost seems like a good deal at this point when relative to the rest of the market. Part of me did think, it's like, if I ever did happen to see one, it's like, should I just get it and just be like, done, we're done now. I don't think I would ever want to pay like $2.5 for one, because that's what, like, even like a Zotac is like 2,400 now minimum. But if you got a Founders at $17.99, it's not the worst. But then you think, you got to think 6090. If I knew for a fact that the 6090 was going to come out this time next year, I probably wouldn't bother. But then you start hearing stuff about Nvidia extending the period of time between graphics card generations. It's like, well, it could be good for another 2 years with a 5090 before a 6090 even comes out. I mean, if previous cadences are to be believed, it should be this time next year. Because 50 series came out this time last year. Thereabouts. Within a week or so. Then you would have expected a Super Series around about now, a year in, followed by the next gen the following year. But I'm hearing rumours now that the Super, if it happens at all, won't be until Q3, Q4 this year. And it's like, well, why would they release the Super less than 3 months before they're going to do the 60 series? That tells me they're going to push 60 series another year, potentially. Which isn't great. I mean, if you're Nvidia right now and the AI industry will just gobble up any chips you produce, why on earth would you be wasting manufacturing capacity on gaming cards? You would put it all to AI, surely. You would give gaming just enough to keep it ticking over. Because obviously you don't want to set fire to that market, but I mean, I don't think they're done with gamers. I mean, they're going to keep selling cards, they're going to keep doing all that stuff. But I think we're going to go into like tick over mode. We'll get the scraps, essentially. And it'll be sold to us as, oh my god, AI is so great, and it's now trickling down to gamers. Look at all this stuff it gives to gamers. And it's like, okay, fine. Like DLSS 4.5, good example of that. Frame gen? Not so much. I don't know. I think AMD are really good with the value. But they always seem to have a way of ruining it for themselves. It's like, you're so close, AMD, you could just absolutely own the next gen if you came out with something good that had loads of VRAM. Even if they stayed on GDDR6 and just gave us loads of it, that would still be fine. You don't necessarily need to go to GDDR7. But I feel like they would just fumble it one way or another. Whether it's bad drivers or just random crashing or what, you know? I feel like there's going to be a yeah, but it's an AMD card kind of feeling. Like, I like my 7900 XTX. I'm glad I bought it. That being said, I wouldn't be in a rush to have another one. The fact I have to undervolt it to stop it crashing is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I should not have to do that. I shouldn't even have to know what an undervolt is. That should not need to be in my vocabulary. I should be able to plug it in and it should work. It does not. So, do you know what I mean? I mean, I heard once that the driver team on NVIDIA alone is larger than the entire graphics division at AMD. Which is quite telling, isn't it? But it was the cheapest way I could get 24 gigs of VRAM, and I needed to solve my VRAM problem if I wanted to stay at 4K, which I did want to do, because I really, really enjoy Flight Sim on a big telly. I feel like it's very immersive. No, I'm not. Trouble is though, if I got a 5090, I would also need to get a new power supply because I'm on an 850 watt at the moment, and I would really like a bit more than that. I suppose you could go to 1000 watt, but it's like if you're going to do it, probably go 1200. Again, you never need to think about it again, do you? The sensible thing to do is just to sit tight with the 7900 XTX. Because it is enough. It's more than enough, really. What about ultra-wide monitors? Yeah, the thing with ultra-wide that puts me off is that you lose the vertical real estate. The reason I like what I've got now is I'm sat in front of a 43-inch TV, and it's tall, and it's wide, and it's big, and like the actual, what I see with my eyes here, like the PFD, is not a million miles away from like the real size. The FCU here is not a million miles away from what it's like in a real size thing. And I've sat in a real size simulator at Infinity Simwings at Gatwick. It feels very immersive. I've tried on a 1440p 32-inch monitor out here, and it just felt like I was... It took a huge chunk of immersion away. It felt like I was just playing on a PC monitor. Whereas with a TV, a big TV, I feel like I'm kind of in a more of a simulator than just playing on a PC monitor. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I'm definitely a big fan of the TV. The only thing I wish the TV had was variable refresh rate, because if you're not getting a lock 60, it can be a little bit on the juddery, teary side, which is fine. It's most of the time it's fine, because again, that looks alright to me. Is it an OLED? No. It's just a cheap and cheerful LG 43-inch. I bought it in 2021. I think it was about £320. Probably even less now. You probably pick it up for £250. Who knows? They tend to just get cheaper and cheaper, don't they, TVs, over the years? But yeah, it's not a top-end OLED by any stretch. It's just a...
Dubrovnik traffic, here not 1903 on 5 miles final, runway 11, Dubrovnik traffic.
Just go into, like, I don't know, if you're in the UK, a Currys or an Argos or whatever, and just go straight to the 43-inch LCD 4K TV. You'll probably pay about 300 or under, one of those, whatever the 2025 model is. If only it had variable refresh rate, then I think it would be pretty much perfect, to be honest. Ever consider a MCDU? Yeah, occasionally I do. Occasionally I do. Only thing that puts me off is that how would you guys see what I'm doing very well? It's much better if I can zoom in and we can do it on stream with the mouse and you can see what's going on. Whereas if I'm just like pressing buttons, you're going to struggle, aren't you? That's what puts me off. Unless, of course, I have a view for the MCDU and then I then do the physical thing. Excuse me. What my opinions on wing changing to wing control? I mean, they can call themselves whatever they want, but...
Good morning, traffic. You're not 1903 on short final runway 11, development traffic.
I think to me they're always going to be wing in my mind. Ultra wides are bad for streaming. Yeah, I mean, you just have to crop in, wouldn't you? In OBS, you'd have to lose the left and the right bits. So you would still see essentially what you're seeing now. It's just I would see more left and right. But I would lose the vertical real estate. Hey, Rob. You haven't missed much. In terms of drama. Not like Tuesday. Bloody hell. We're just about to land, so... Now, what have we got traffic-wise? You just left. It's just me and thee. Apparently changed the name because there's a wing in America, so they were finding it hard to sell over there. Yeah, yeah, it was a legal thing, wasn't it? Which is fair enough. It's fair enough. You got to do what you got to do sometimes. Alright, 10,000 feet. Let's get everyone strapped in. Lights on. Well done. What's Q&H here? 1023. 1023 all day, isn't it? Right, it's 2:30, so truth be told, guys, I haven't really got time for a go-around. So this landing will be what it will be, I'm afraid to say. How you doing, OG? You all good? I'm going to slow myself right down here because I think I'm going to need to catch up with that glide slope. Haven't done yet, OG, no. Haven't tried it. Have you? Okay, good. 22 miles to run. Could be an interesting one, that, for the network, couldn't it? Having everyone using say intentions on Unicom. Part of me wonders, could it turn into absolute chaos? Are we in approach mode? Yes, we are. VAP 140. And we're in a flaps full. Keep rocking at speed 180. When did I start the channel? 4 years ago. What things would I still improve in 24? I would sort out the pappies and the glide slopes, because I feel like they're never right, to be honest. And I feel like for a flight simulator, it's like, how is that a thing? You know? Okay, now we're past Incup. Well, overhead Incup. We're going to go down to 2,600 feet and level off until we catch the ILS. As far as I understand it, it doesn't use Unicom. What it does is take over when you're handed over to Unicom. It takes over on SI. So does that mean that you can... Does that mean you won't see others on Unicom then? You're just flying on your own, but you have, say, intentions yapping to you? Okay, let's go speed 160. Dubrovnik traffic air not 232, 10 mile final, runway 11, slowing to speed 160 knots until 60 me. Where's that runway then? There it is. It'll be a vacate to the right, hopefully at the one just before the end of the runway. We're currently at flaps 3. We'll go flaps full very shortly. On those. Go to our final approach speed. Go flaps full. Get gear down. That could be chaotic, couldn't it? Yeah, as Grumpy says, that could be interesting. Dubrovnik traffic, Air 0232, 5 miles, runway 11, Dubrovnik. Hey, Arby. So, auto brake low, gear down 3 green, flaps full, speed brakes armed, lights are set. Go around altitude 4,000. Not that we've got time for one, so this is going to be what it's going to be, I'm afraid, guys, because I got to go get my kids in a minute. I'll be sat here playing flight sim all day, as much as I would love to, believe me. Can you feel the concentration? Because I can.
100 above.
That felt like a little bit of negative wind shear then, not going to lie.
Minimum.
Continue. Come on, don't mess it up.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 5.
There you go. Thank you. That almost could have been a bit of a slammer, couldn't it? Luckily I didn't reduce the throttles to idle until a little bit after it told me. But then that isn't an instruction, is it? That's like a reminder. So when it says, I won't say it because I get demonetized, you don't actually have to. Oh, that wasn't so bad. It wasn't so bad. I feel like that could have gone... That could have gone quite badly quite quickly, though. I feel like that was on a knife edge, that one. Let's get off of here, and then we'll just let people know the runway's free. Dubrovnik traffic, Air 0232, runway 11 vacated, Dubrovnik. Yeah, this is Inni Dubrovnik. Okay, landing lights off, runway turn off, that one to the off. And we'll do That one. Flaps up. Now, where am I going to go? Dubrovnik traffic, Air 232, taxiing to stand 7, Dubrovnik. Okay, make that stand 12. Correction, Dubrovnik traffic, Air 232, taxiing to stand 12. Lovely jubbly. APU, you fired? Yes, you are. Hour and 28, Athens to Dubrovnik. I'll remember, that's a nice little flight, that. Nice little flight. So we're going to be after the BA. Now, do we reckon a 10 out of 10 from New Sky for that one? I think it might be. Really worrying Nom's not showing up. Nom's just probably busy with work, I'd have thought. He strikes me as a busy boy. Especially when you get back in January. I think it's like it for a lot of people, isn't it? It's like all of a sudden, it's like, oh, so much to do. Arthur, I think that's how I say your name, or Arthur. The Discord is currently a perk for Twitch subs and YouTube members. I say currently, always has been, and always will be. If there's anything urgent, you're always welcome to email me. Email address can be found on the About page of the YouTube channel. Should I use AMD frame gen? I mean, ideally I wouldn't use either, to be honest, if you can not. Predictions then for the New Sky score, a 10 or a 9 point. A 9 point what? Oh, I missed it. Idiot. Never mind. Okay, APU's fired. Engines off. Come on. Oh, what? We only got 9.94? You serious? Maximum landing weight exceeded again. Great touchdown, though. So I didn't take any extra fuel that time. That's annoying. Never mind. Yeah, I feel like New Sky's not the greatest at predicting calculating the weights and stuff. Hopefully it gets better at that. Hopefully it gets better. Overweight again. Drat. It's a bit personal, isn't it? Never mind. Yeah, quite often I will add a bit of extra fuel, especially if there's quite a lot of us flying to the same place at once, because possible that you might need to go around, and then possible you might need to hold, because you can't just go around and have another go. If there's 10 of you, 10 others behind you, you might need to hold and find somewhere nice to slot in, therefore you need the fuel. So yeah, maybe I need to pay a bit more attention to what we're doing with weights and so on and so forth. That might be something we need to work on a little bit. Other than that though, I would say that was a pretty damn good landing. 3 okay landings, I would say. I mean, Rhodes was alright, wasn't it? A little bit off centre. Athens was a bit more like it, albeit harder than I would have liked. And that one I thought was pretty good. All things considered. Just use SimBrief to plan your flights. I mean, I suppose if you open it up into... Who's that landing? Oh, Atlas Air. Is that tricky? Whenever I see a ridiculously large airplane like that, I just immediately suspect it's tricky. No, it is not. No, it is not. Right. Turn that down, it's a bit loud, isn't it? Folks, I've got to disappear. I've got to go and get the kiddos from school. So thank you very much for today. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for coming along, hitting the like button, all that good stuff, becoming members. Appreciate all of it. I really, really do. I will hopefully see you before not too long, although it might end up dragging into next week, which is a bit of a shame. It feels like it's gone so quick. Do you know what I mean? Like, Monday I leave work thinking, great, I've got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Tuesday I stream. Wednesday I do a video, although I didn't this week. I was doing FSLTL liveries. And then Thursday I stream and it's gone again. It's like, damn it, it's gone so fast. But what can you do? Guys, thank you very, very, very much indeed. I will see you all very, very soon. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy your weekend if I don't speak to you before. And you all have a good one. Look after yourselves. Bye-bye.